Good morning, everyone. Could you please take a seat? We'll be starting soon. And I'd like to invite everyone who is involved in any of the panels to come and sit at the table at any point in the day, and in fact, other people too. So please do take advantage of these seats in the inner circle of the room, or inner square of the room.
Hello, good morning to everyone. First of all, it's a pleasure to have you all here this morning in this beautiful city of Istanbul. What we are going to have here today in this Day Zero workshop on NETmundial is a kind of making of NETmundial. We are going to try to provide a comprehensive understanding of the process and methods used to build NETmundial meeting. What has worked well, what went wrong, how can we make practical use of the results of NETmundial. And I would like to say that NETmundial was a product of the collaboration of hundreds of people. But we have here some key people that helped the success of NETmundial. So I think all of them will present their view on the development and construction of this meeting. Here we have Henriette, that will be the co-chair for this session in the morning. So I'm going to hand the word to her.
Thanks very much, Virgilio. And it's really good to see so many faces in the room who were actually part of that community of hundreds of people that Virgilio spoke about. The shape of the day is really that in the morning, there are these panels that are largely populated by people that were part of the process. So it will be an opportunity to self-reflect and engage and listen to the community. In the afternoon, we'll start the session with looking at a more structured way of learning from NETmundial. And there's a team of researchers, CTS, Center for Technology in Society in Rio, the Diplo Foundation, and my own organization, Association for Progressive Communications, has done a survey and is in the process of doing some interviews. And in fact, I think many of you probably participated in this. So we'll present preliminary results. And based on that, then go into open discussion on how to work with the lessons that we are learning already from the NETmundial process, how to take them forward, and we'll look at the NETmundial initiative and where that fits in, as well as the IGF. And there'll be a book launch in the afternoon. But the book launch is not just a book launch. It's a book that has been edited and compiled by Dr. William Drake and Monroe Price. And it is a book that focuses specifically on NETmundial. So the papers that will be presented, or the talks, will also feed into the assessment of NETmundial, what we've learned, and how to move forward. So on that note, I just want to remind everyone that we are providing lunch. So please feel free to stay with us for the whole day. We'll have coffee and tea during the coffee break in the morning, lunch, and also in the afternoon. So over to Virgilio.
Okay, I'm going to try to present an evaluation, assessment of what we achieved in NETmundial. So try to show what worked well, what went wrong, and what are the lessons that we can learn from NETmundial. Okay. So we started the conference, the development of the conference, the process to construct the conference with two goals in mind: to come up with a set of internet governance principles and to draw a roadmap for the evolution of the internet governance ecosystem. So it is important to emphasize that we started this process having two goals. We had a focus when we started this process. So here I have a chronology of events that led to the meeting that was held in São Paulo last May. And basically it started with the speech of President Dilma at the General Assembly of United Nations last year, September, when she talked about that revelations about surveillance, and she proposed, she invited the world to discuss principles for the global internet. And after that, she met the president of ICANN that was returning from Montevideo, where there was a meeting there of the iStar entities. And after that meeting, she announced that Brazil would hold a conference on internet governance. So it is interesting to remember that the initial talks about NETmundial happened at IGF 2013 in Bali, when we started talk about what would be the format of NETmundial. And for us, it was clear that Mundial was going to be a one-time event, and that one of the goals that we set initially was that NETmundial would be an event that would help to energize the IGF. So that was the initial talks we had, and our Minister of Communications, Minister Paulo Bernardo, met several civil society organizations in Bali to explain the idea of NETmundial. So the first meeting that we had was, it's important also to say that NETmundial was organized between, in a partnership between CGI.br and OneNet that represented several social NGOs and other organizations. And the first meeting of the organizing committee was by mid-December. The reference documents were made publicly available in the beginning of April, and the conference was held on April 23rd and 24th. So that's basically the chronology that led to the event in São Paulo. An overview of the conference. So the ultimate goal was to produce an outcome document in a multi-stakeholder way and with international legitimacy and based on a rough consensus. Just to summarize the main innovations that we observed in this process was the idea of using several multi-stakeholder committees, and to prepare the documents, what we call the reference document in advance. Also, the modus operandi of the meeting was something innovative, and the global real-time participation from people from different parts of the world was also an important part of the conference. We had separate queues by stakeholders. Transparency was, we searched from transparency in all steps of the conference, mainly in the document preparation process. We had open draft rooms with night sessions, international hubs, and the decision-making process involving the two committees that I will explain was also important. And we had a parallel event organized by the Brazilian government called Arena NETmundial. It was a kind of pop event that attracted celebrities and also scholars to discuss in a popular language the impact of internet governance on the society. Some points of, let's say, points of tension that we have observed during the preparation of NETmundial. The nature and scope of internet governance processes, in particular aspects related to technical versus non-technical issues, binding versus non-binding documents. And finally, I think that there was in certain moments, a conflict between multi-stakeholder versus multilateral and the role of government. So these are points that brought a lot of discussions. This is the architecture of the committees used to organize and to prepare the conference. We had a board composed of one chair and 4 co-chairs in a multi-stakeholder way. We try to balance the composition of this board in terms of geographic distribution, gender, and also we got 1 people from the technical community, 1 from the civil society, 1 from academia, and 1 from the private sector. This board has the 3 committees that helped to prepare the agenda. The Executive Multi-Stakeholder Committee that was responsible for preparing the reference documents and setting the agenda. It was also organized in a multi-stakeholder way. It is important to emphasize that the process of inviting people for all these committees was not to invite names, but to ask the different entities and groups involved, to ask, for instance, the NGOs to indicate names to compose the committees. So it was a bottom-up process that involved many different organizations that suggested names, and based on that, we formed the committees. So the committees had were very representative of the stakeholders. We also had this high-level committee composed of ministers from 12 countries and also from representatives from business sector, civil society, and academia and technical community. So that's the basic organization of the conference. And that, I think that was one of the key factors that led to the success of the conference. It had representativeness, it was formed in a bottom-up way, and it preserved the multi-stakeholder nature of the organization. As a result, we got a very good representation of all the stakeholders involved in the process. We got 869 people that expressed their interest in participating of the meeting. We had 933 people that attended the meeting, almost 200 journalists, and people from 110 countries. That's the participation. So we see on that picture, on that circle that we had all the stakeholders and government represented the largest group there, but all the groups were, except government, were balanced in terms of size. The process of preparing the reference document received 188 contributions from different people, from different sectors. And after we prepared the initial version of the documents and made it publicly available, we got 1,370 comments on the first draft. So it also demonstrated the interest of people from all over the world to participate in the ideas to be discussed in NETmundial. And we had that remote participation. We had 33 hubs in 28 countries in 30 cities. So we can see a distribution of the attendance at NETmundial. We see the size of the circles is proportional to the size of the delegation from the specific country. So Brazil was the country with the largest number of people. US, Argentina, and many other countries had a strong participation in terms of presence. Content contribution. I'm not gonna talk about the principles because they will be discussed by the next speakers. But we see that all the stakeholders contributed to the preparation of the document that was the reference document, and then to the outcome document that was approved in the last day of the conference. And that's it was a difficult and complex process to come up with this document that aggregated a large number of contributions, a large number of comments, and then we can see the schedule for preparing the reference document, and that was a magnificent work done by the executive multi-stakeholder committee. Many members of this executive committee are here, and I'm gonna thank them again for this great work. But you see, everything started on the 14th of February. So in a very short period of time, less than 3 months, we prepared a document that represented a global view on the internet governance principles and roadmap. So we started receiving content contributions on February 14th. On March, on the second week of March, they worked on the categorization of the contributions. On the third week of March, they worked on writing a summary of all the contributions, and they delivered drafts to the executive committee and to the high-level multi-stakeholder committee. There was a draft meeting in Singapore at the ICANN conference in Singapore, and then on the 1st of April there was a meeting in São Paulo to conclude the drafts of the documents. The drafts were submitted to the high-level committee and the board that got some feedback, and then on April 11th, the document was made public, and people started submitting comments on that. So it was a very tight schedule, a lot of work to get this done, and that was due to the commitment and to the talent of the people that participate in the executive committee. Here we see the distribution of people by geographic region. You all can see that we got people from all different regions of the world. The remote hubs were installed in 30 cities in 23 countries, Asia Pacific, and it was a very interesting experience to see people standing all night in India and other countries in Asia because of the time difference to participate of the sessions in São Paulo. So this is a picture of people in one of the international hubs asking questions and presenting suggestions to the specific topics that were being discussed. Another interesting innovation was the layout of the stage. We had the session chairs and some advisors that helped them to take note of the comments in order to aggregate them to the final document. We have 4 different microphones, one for each stakeholder, for each group of stakeholders, one for government, private sector, academia, and technical community. And there was a kind of round-robin mechanism. So each stakeholder had an opportunity to say, and then that rotate among all the stakeholders. It was interesting to see, and people liked to see government representatives queuing up to speak, and they were waiting their time, their turn to speak. That was it was a clear manifestation of the multi-stakeholder nature and equal footing participation. Principles will be discussed next by the next session, and roadmap also. So, in my personal view, what are the reasons for the success of the conference? Well, the conference started with a focus. We had a clear focus in mind that was to come up with a list of principles for the evolution of Internet governance and the roadmap. It was a bottom-up and equal footing participatory process. So we got legitimacy in the results presented by NETmundial. The event was tailored to the multi-stakeholder specificities. What I mean by that is that each stakeholder was handled in their specific characteristics in terms of timing to decide, in terms of language used, in terms of the needs. So government has its specific characteristics, the civil society, all of them were considered in this process of preparing the document and preparing the conference. Another, for me, a reason for the success of the conference was the multi-stakeholder experience of the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, the CGI. So it has been working as a multi-stakeholder body for 20 years. So this experience helped to bring this multi-stakeholder spirit to the construction of the agenda and the documents of NETmundial. The reference document that was ready and was made publicly available before the conference was another important aspect of the conference, because people arrived at the conference knowing the topics, knowing what were the suggestions to be discussed. So I would say that the negotiation process that represented by NETmundial started with the process of preparing the document, stayed there for 2 days, and had that remote participation. International hubs and real-time participation was another aspect that helped the success of the conference. And the modus operandi of the meeting, the way that the stage were organized, the meetings at night, the wine and the coffee that were served to the committees to keep them awake until they got the results. And finally, I think that the positive mood of the meeting, people want to get results out of the meeting in São Paulo. So I think that these aspects summarize what I see as important reasons for the success of the meeting. So what are lessons that we learned from NETmundial? The first one is it is important to tailor the event to the characteristics of the different stakeholders and consider them important. It was an open, transparent, participatory, and multi-stakeholder preparation process, and it is clear that it paid off. Innovation also was important. I think that based on the suggestions that we got from different people, from different stakeholders, from different countries, we considered all the suggestions, and I think that the result was very innovative. And multi-stakeholderism should be considered as an important pathway to the future of Internet governance. So it was clear that it is possible to obtain an agreement in a multi-stakeholder way. And we did that in a very short period of time. It is also clear, at least for me, that we need to improve working methods. It is difficult to get the results from this multi-stakeholder process. But and we all observed that in the last session of the meeting between the high-level meeting and the executive committee. It was not simple to get an approval for the final document. So we need to work on this, on procedures, on new procedures to help this decision-making process. And finally, I think that we need to construct narratives for global Internet governance. And sometimes I think that we are talking to each other. We don't talk to the society. It is hard to get the message of the Internet governance going through to the big public. I think that if we compare this to other areas such as climate change, they succeed in constructing a narrative for climate change, the importance of that. And outside of this group of people that are involved in Internet governance, it's very hard to explain what is the meaning and what is the importance of Internet governance for the society. So we need to work on that. And I think that economics of Internet, free flow of information, human rights could be possible approach to show society the importance of Internet governance. So what comes next? I think that this is a question that will be discussed by the other session of this panel. But just to conclude, NETmundial multi-stakeholder principles were very important. They are solid. They were obtained in an open, transparent, and participatory way. And it proves that it is possible to have effective multi-stakeholder Internet governance processes. So I think that's basically, we have many points to discuss here, such as different roles and responsibilities of stakeholders in Internet governance, the meaning and application of equal footing, jurisdiction issues and how they relate to Internet governance, benchmarking systems and related indicators regarding the application of the Internet governance principles, net neutrality, open Internet and the individual rights to freedom of expression and information So I think these are points that we will be discussing here today. So I think that that's basically what I had to say, and that's some pictures took by Demi and others at we had this open floor session, the EMC review, the high-level multi-stakeholder consultation, and finally the approval of the final document by rough consensus. That's it, I think. Thank you.
Apologies, I haven't had enough coffee this morning. Thanks very much, Virgilio. And it's really amazing to see those pictures. And also they tell part of the story, but not the whole story. And I think that's what we'll hear in the rest of the day. So the first panel, so is everyone here? We need Virgilio, we need Rahul Echeberria, Demi, Adam Peak, Marilia, Zahid Jamil, and who else? That's it, I think. Yes, that's the panel. So these were all individuals who were part of one of these working bodies of the NETmundial that Virgilio laid out earlier. And I think they will probably introduce themselves when they start. So at this point, I think I'll just hand over to the panel. Virgilio, do you want to give any introductory comment? Benedito? Benedito is on the next panel, but it might be nice if you can just open this panel for us before we go into the discussion.
Okay, thank you, Henriette, and good morning to everyone. Well, just to say very briefly, it is indeed a pleasure to be here discussing with you. We are proud to have hosted NETmundial. We see it as some very important achievement that does not belong to us, to the Brazilian government or to the Brazilian Steering Committee, but it is a legacy for the community. That was the intention, to offer through NETmundial an example of a process, how to structure a process, and therefore it is very important for us that this discussion is taking place today, that we can reflect on the challenges, on the lessons learned, on points that should be improved, on aspects that should be better examined as we move forward in our collective endeavor towards improving internet governance. So again, it is indeed a pleasure and look forward to the discussions that will follow. Thank you.
Thanks, and that's Ambassador Benedito Fonseca. So I think we should launch on this now. The purpose of this panel is to really look at the process of NETmundial. The next panel will look at the outcome statement. So if the panelists can reflect on the drafting activities, the committees, the consensus building process, and what you learned from this process about the multi-stakeholder model. And I think the kind of where we are in our journey on making that model work for open and good, growing, developing internet. It would also be good if you can reflect on the contributions from the community. So if you can talk about your own role, but also about how you interacted with the community and how the inputs from the community influenced your process. So the first speaker on this panel is going to be Virgilio Almedo. Have you done yours? It's done. So the next speaker would be Rahul and Demi and Rahul, and I'm not sure how you want to do this. This is Rahul Echeberria from the Internet Society and Demi Getchko from the CGI.br. And they were co-chairs of the Executive Multi-Stakeholder Committee. So over to the two of you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Seems that we have 15 minutes now. It was supposed to have 10. That's good. So I think that we will split the time with Demi. As you said, Henriette, I have been asked to speak a little about the process, so I will concentrate on that aspect of the work. I think that the outcomes of the NETmundial, both on principles and roadmap, are very important, but the process itself is an important result of the meeting. And before, in the years before, many of us, including myself, resisted to include the idea of producing concrete outcomes in IGF. And our concerns were based in the fact that there was no clue about how to implement the negotiation mechanism for producing those outcomes. And based on that, in the fact that we didn't find a way that we could produce those outcomes on also providing warranties to everybody, as we were very reluctant in many times to adopt this kind of practices. And this is one of the most interesting things from NETmundial, I think, that we took this NETmundial as an experiment in some way. And I think that all of stakeholders agreed to try to implement some mechanisms that we had not agreed before to implement in the IGF context. The result was very positive, of course. And I think if one important thing is that I think this is the first time I think that's not only in internet governance, but at the international level, that an outcome is produced in a multi-stakeholder manner, in an open and participatory way, in a bottom-up fashion, without negotiation mechanism. I think that this is very innovative, and I tend to think that there are no antecedents even in other areas of activity at the international level. So probably what we are creating antecedents that are not only important for internet governance, but also for the international relations in general. We departed from one idea, and 1 year ago, the idea that came up from the agreement between the CEO of ICANN and the President of Brazil. And so I think that when we arrived in Bali, all of us were a little worried about what would happen with this idea of having a meeting in Brazil. And I think that the government of Brazil made a choice, a very important choice. And they came to the community and talked to all of us, looking for consensus about how to involve everybody and how to set up bottom-up processes and open mechanisms for participation. I think that this was probably one of the most important decisions that was taken in the process. When we met for the first time in the executive committee in São Paulo, Demi and me had been already appointed as chairs of this committee, and so we met before and said, okay, how we will do that? And we thought about producing a draft paper maybe for facilitating the work of the executive committee, and we decided to not do that, and so we started from a blank sheet, and it was really challenging, just organizing the meeting and saying, okay, let's start from zero, but it's not really from zero. What we did was to build the documents from all the inputs that we had received through the open consultation. So it really, one important thing is the other decision that we took in the executive committee was to work on trying to find the common ground and not to reflect the different positions. So instead of all of us have seen many times documents that are produced in the international debates that reflect all the different positions that exist around a given point. We made a different choice, saying, okay, we will concentrate in the common ground. We worked based on very good faith. Really, I have to say that all the stakeholders committed very seriously to the success of this meeting. And while we spend a lot of efforts trying to find those consensus, we also recognize the differences. And so it was very important in order to build the common ground. Those mechanisms that were implemented, the open consultation, the fact of working, starting to produce documents from the contributions received, the good faith in the executive committee, but also in all the process. The idea of having the open editing meetings during NETmundial itself, the discussion in this opportunity is what is different from other meetings. The discussion in the meeting itself was very meaningful, and the discussion was really important for influence the final outcomes. Sometimes we attend meetings where that we know when we arrive to the meeting, we know that the final outcomes are already done, and it was not the case. When we arrived in the meeting, we just had the draft papers that for feeding the debate, but the debate during the meeting itself was very important, and there was edition of the documents in an open manner that anybody interested could attend those meetings. So I think that those were very important. I think it was possible maybe because we have now a level of maturity in the relation between all the stakeholders that we didn't have in the past. So we are reaching the point where we can work among all of us in a different way, in a much more productive way. I think that's many of those processes that were used in NETmundial can be implemented also in other environments like IGF. And it is a proof that IGF can evolve, fitting the expectations of almost all the stakeholders. And I think we can, it doesn't mean that we will be able to produce outcomes and find consensus in every point that we discuss. But I think that it's a proof that in some things we can work, in some topics we can work together with the objective of producing outcomes, and I expect that it could be implemented in the near future. In this IGF 2014, we are seeing the best agenda of all the IGF so far. I think that the discussions are really important in this, will be very important in this IGF, and we are seeing also some evolution. And there are the work that is being done with regard to best practices is very good, and we will have those an outcome from the best practices. And I hope to have also some findings from the chair of the IGF at the end of the meeting. So I think that we are making progresses, but I think that we will really see the impact of NETmundial in the next IGF in Brazil, and I think that all of us are very committed to that and to have good results in the meeting next year. My final comment is that when we go to the outcomes, the document that was produced in the IGF, we see that there is a very strong endorsement to the IGF, but a strong endorsement that is also conditioned to the evolution of IGF. There is expectations, a hope about the evolution of IGF. And I think that the process itself and the outcome demonstrate that this is the way forward. And we have to continue working in evolving this IGF. And I'm very optimistic that we will really make the difference in the next few years. Thank you.
Thanks, Raul. Demi.
Morning, everybody. It's an honor and a pleasure to compose this table here and to take a little bit about NETmundial and the process, and maybe a little word about the outputs, but it's in another panel. Just to complement what all my colleagues said and covered most of the ground, it was a tough schedule with a very short time. We divided, for example, in the executive committee, we divided the work between two subgroups, the principles subgroup and the roadmap subgroup. I was in the principles, Raul in the roadmap, and we had a lot of meetings crossing the night, and I know that some colleagues from the East, Professor Dong Mali, Professor Maimur, and others spent the night online in that meetings. It was very, very tough. But just to show you some numbers and some personal comments on that, this is the footprint of the people. As you see, if you add technical community and academic community, it's more or less even division between the four sectors. And it was a good achievement because it was automatic. We developed a tool to get the sense of public comments all the time. This tool, you can see the output of this tool in this address down there. We add all the comments in all topics and stress what is the main issues that the public wants to comment, and we try to get this consensus in the drafting of the last forms of the document. This last form was submitted to the high-level committee, and we got it back for more work, and again to high-level committee, and finish it at the middle of the night of the last day during the NETmundial forum. This is the number of public comments received. As you can see, it's a growing number, and it's quite impressive. This is without count the online interventions and the people that did comments on stage. As I said, we divided into subgroups, one of principles and on roadmap. This is the number of comments received in each sector, and the division between academia and technical community, government, private sector, civil society. The hot topics on principles were human rights and permissionless innovation, and in roadmap, meaningful participation, emerging topics, cybersecurity and surveillance. This is just a comment. You can see this here. This is the hot topics in principles. As I said, human rights and permissionless innovation, and this is for the roadmap, the four more commented topics. Just to pick up some points of the final document, as I said, we worked in getting two documents, the principles and the roadmap. We have a rough consensus in both. We have 4 interventions from governments that are not supporting the output, and 1 intervention from one sector of the civil society with some observation also. And I'll pick up some points to show what was done in this time. For example, this is a good point to discuss maybe in the next panels or sections. We have very difficult time to try to put this word in the document. Net neutrality is not in the document as a word, but not as a concept. This is important to note, that we can agree on the concepts, and we can have trouble in semantics because some words are very loaded semantically. Then it's better to stick to the concepts and an open hand of words if the word is causing trouble to us. Then we received a lot of criticism because net neutrality is not in the final document. Yes, because you don't get consensus. As you know, consensus is a way to distribute the dissatisfaction equally between all the stakeholders. It's impossible to get all the people satisfied. Even myself, I'm not satisfied with the final, but this is the consensus document. I have to live with that. I'm happy that we produced some kind like consensus. Then this text is in the document. It's clear referring to net neutrality in some way. And, but of course we don't have net neutrality as a title in the document. We have, for example, this text for intermediary liability that says that should be implemented that in a way that respects and promotes economic growth and innovation and so. This is also a very tough discussion. We have a very strong position on freedom of expression. Just browsing to give you the flavor of the thing. I know you have all read this, but just to pin up some points. One of the criticisms we got from governments is there is no extended section on human rights. About 1/3 of the document is about human rights, in my view. Then I think we covered very well this area. We covered also access of information is kind of human right. Of course, freedom of information and freedom of expression, privacy is also a human right. This is a text about privacy. We have also a lot of criticism that we are not tough enough on privacy. As I said, we are dealing with a consensus document. I think this definition, this defense of privacy is quite good. We are against only arbitrary and lawful surveillance and so. This is another text about surveillance. It's also in the document. And we, of course, are supporting and all in favor of the democratic multi-stakeholder process, distributed governance. It's the theme of this IGF and the others, and gender equality, also human rights and so. And finally, we have also a very light touch in IANA transition. Okay, I finish with this is what Professor Wolfgang Kleinwächter said about the documents. He's very happy to have some kind of step ahead. And we are also very proud to have concluded with some kind of success the producer of the documents. The documents were applauded. We get a standing applause of some minutes at the end of conference, but we had also 4 governments that took the microphone to say they are not in favor of the documents, and we have also one section of the civil society that wants a more explicit reference to items. But as I said, this was a consensus product. We have to live with this kind of thing. We are very happy to have reached a document that is equally unsatisfying to everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Demi. I think that now we have Marilia and Adam Pick that will talk about the executive multi-stakeholder committee work.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Marilia Maciel. I'm from the Center for Technology and Society of the Getúlio Vargas Foundation in Brazil, and I had the pleasure and honor to be a member of the executive committee of NETmundial. It's hard to talk after Demi, after he mentioned these juicy and meaty points about the substance, but I'm going to come back and discuss about the process of NETmundial, because most of the opinions expressed after the meeting, they say that the process was a key legacy of NETmundial. And these impressions were confirmed by a survey that Henriette just mentioned, that was conducted with NETmundial participants by APC, Diplo, and CTS. And according to the people that participated in the survey, the most relevant outcome of NETmundial in terms of internet governance is the process for the development of the outcome document. The outcome document is relevant, but the process is seen as more important. Therefore, it is very important for us to discuss the process as we are doing here in this session and to document this process, because this was a very spontaneous and organic process. This was not a pre-cooked meeting, not at all. Decisions were made regarding the process as challenges arose. That's why the meeting maybe was so creative, and NETmundial was one of its kind. Undisputably, NETmundial was very successful in its intent. And what happens with processes and meetings that are so successful as NETmundial was, is that they somehow become untouchable. This happened with the IGF. I don't know if you remember, maybe most of you do, that in the beginning, when we wanted to raise criticism to improve the IGF, people said, no, don't do that, because the IGF is still an infant, is fragile. If we criticize the IGF, then we are just not helping it. We are not helping it grow. And I think it's very important that we don't do that with NETmundial. It is a very important and successful process, but it is also important that we develop a critical assessment of its strong points and shortcomings. And that's a little bit what I'm going to try to do here regarding 2 points that I was more involved with, which is the work of the committees and the drafting process. I think that it was really a very good decision to create the multi-stakeholder committees to organize the meeting. This was very important, not only in terms of transparency, but it also provided stakeholders with focal points they could communicate with, they could seek information. They provided the meeting with public faces that were familiar to stakeholders, that people could connect and rely upon. Even in the moments in which the process was not clear, people trusted to go to those people and ask what was going on, and they got informed. And this was very important. Another reason why the committees were important is because they gave structure to the meeting. They represented official channels to organize the meeting, and they provided legitimacy to the meeting. I think that it's very natural that when a new process starts, some actors are more well-positioned than others, and they become more relevant and heard voices. And I think this naturally happened in the beginning of NETmundial with the ISTAR community, because they took a very important political step to issue the Montevideo Statement. And that was really important politically in that particular moment. So the ISTAR, together with the Brazilian government, they took a lot of decisions, initial decisions regarding NETmundial. And of course that was important, but at a certain point, the committees allowed for this process to be appropriated and for the stakeholders to have ownership of the process. And I think that this was very important as well. The ISTAR continued participating through the committees, but then the committees were something that belonged to the stakeholders, and that was a very important point in my view. Another point that it's not so good, I think, is that the process of populating the committees reveals, again, a long-standing shortcoming of the multi-stakeholder process, which is to establish clear procedures for the appointment of representatives. This is not a new issue. This is something that has been appointed in the working group for IGF improvements, the need to have a transparent, democratic, clear and a report of the process of how representatives are chosen. NETmundial outcome document mentions it again, and I think that it would have been very important to create a stronger link between the stakeholder communities and their representatives in the committees. Of course, this is not to go against the self-organization capacity of the stakeholders. This is just to apply some standards of transparency, accountability, and reporting for people that are somehow representing and performing a public function and a very important function. This now, it's even more important if we take a look that many UN fora are slowly but steadily making progress in terms of accepting the participation of stakeholder representatives. If you remember the working group on IGF improvements, we had to struggle a lot to have representatives of other stakeholders in the working group. In the working group and enhanced cooperation, it was a little bit less, so we are making progress. But in order to be a sustainable progress, it is very important that we choose representatives in a very clear way. When it comes to the drafting, I think that it was clear from the outset that the meeting would be considered a very successful one if it had an outcome. But it was not very clear how this outcome would be achieved. Of course, this was natural because, again, NETmundial was one of a kind, but it gave some uncertainty to stakeholder groups. Overall, the gut feeling of people that organized NETmundial was proven to be correct. The idea that we should depart from public consultations, then draft an initial document, then put this document under public consultation was well accepted by all stakeholders, and again, the survey reveals that. But I think that there is a point that, at a point, it wasn't clear for the stakeholders who was drafting this outcome document, which criteria were they following, and that created a sense of insecurity regarding the final outcome. And then again, the outcome was positive. Most people were partially satisfied with that, but the process could have been better in terms of providing this kind of assurances. And the executive committee that initially was an executive group, an organizing group, became a drafting committee. And it was not clear from the start that we would perform this task. And I think that if we were going to be a drafting group, even if this draft was going to come back to NETmundial and be further discussed with everybody, it would have been important that the executive committee had more regional diversity than it had. So it's very important from the start to think about what are the roles of the committees and to make these roles clear for the process to be better understood by all stakeholders. Another point regarding the draft that is important, I think, it was this tension between should we have a closed drafting process in NETmundial, should we have an open drafting process, and we decided that an open drafting process was better. And I think that it was the right decision to make. People were allowed to be in the room, follow step by step the changes that were being made to the outcome document. And nevertheless, the rules of engagement with the people that were drafting were not very clear. And I think that some stakeholders consider it more natural than others to approach the people, to lobby, to search for their positions to be more actively implemented and included in the document. So I think that maybe this gave different ways for different stakeholder groups, and this is something we need to look into. Because as Raul mentioned, and I think it was a very important decision that our two chairs made, and the people that were in the executive committee, they were instructed not to go for the document that they wanted to see, but to go for a document, for drafting a document that was as close as possible to the contributions. So we were very much grounded on the contributions, but also try to produce a document that had some chance to be approved in the plenary, not to put things that we knew that it wouldn't fly. And of course, it was a tough call to make. And I think that in the moment of the drafting, when we had this lobbying and other participations, maybe this direction from the chairs got a little bit unbalanced or not followed quite clearly. And I think it was a good direction from the chairs. Just a couple of additional points. I think that we had a meeting of the high-level committee right before the final plenary session. And it was the moment when the outcome document was presented to the high-level committee. It was an important document, but I think that the high-level committee had a little bit less meetings than the executive committee and less intimacy with the text. It would have been better to involve the high-level committee earlier, because these few changes, but were introduced in the last moment in the outcome document. This gave a feeling of a kind of a top-down introduction into the text from a process that was really bottom-up. So it gave a different flavor to people, and it could have been avoided. Another point regarding the drafting in this particular meeting is that I think that we need to respect the differences between stakeholders and how they operate. For example, governments, sometimes they have a hard time to say that they agree with the text without time to consult their capitals. And the text changed. Even if they consulted in the beginning, some things changed in the text and they needed to come back. When we think about process, I think we need to think about that too, because if we want to include all the stakeholders, we need to make sure that the process feels comfortable for everybody. Just to finalize, just a few comments between NETmundial and the IGF. And some people in the beginning were afraid that NETmundial would be a duplication of the IGF. I think that now it is clear that it's not a duplication. And NETmundial, it's complementary to the IGF. It has been an outcome-oriented meeting. Principles, for example, it's a topic that we have discussed here in the IGF for many years, but we did not manage to arrive in an outcome, and we did that in NETmundial. And I think that NETmundial positively sets the bar higher for the IGF. It's possible to produce some more focused outcomes, and at least in some tracks in which we have achieved achieved more maturity in the IGF. And I think, and Hao is very correct, the MAG this year has implemented some changes on how IGF works, and we hope to see some progress this year, and more progress needs to be made in Brazil, so the IGF can answer this call that NETmundial made in terms of being more outcome-oriented and effective and better and more satisfactory for everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Marilia. Adam, do you have anything to add?
I could begin with what she said as an introduction. I'm Adam Peake, work in Tokyo for a research institute called GLOCOM, and I was also a member of the Executive Multi-Stakeholder Committee. And I think the first thing to say is it's very nice to be at this table to see people that we worked with quite intensely and very enjoyably. It was a very, very satisfying process and quite an honor to have been part of it. With a lot having already been said, I wanted to try and take a slightly different track by looking at NETmundial, and then we're here this week for the IGF, and we've just heard about the NETmundial initiative, and I wanted to try and draw a couple of contrasts between those, and it will repeat some of the things that have been said, but I think to begin, we're quite clear now that NETmundial had a clear goal. That it was very distinct for it. It was there to produce a document and a statement on on two topics, which were quite well identified. So we began with issues that would derive from President Rousseff's speech, and it might be interesting at this point to go back and see how well we actually addressed the issues that she mentioned at the General Assembly last year. Did the NETmundial document address what she was talking about? But so we began with her speech and also the Montevideo statement. We were also given some quite clear modalities. It was going to be open and multi-stakeholder. There would be a broad and inclusive consultation. And in that, I think we also have to note that we were lucky with the choice of hosts in the Brazilian government, and particularly CGIBR. They understood what we were doing in that type of process. It's how they operate themselves. So they were an ideal host to try and help us move forward. They understood multi-stakeholderism, and they understood about inclusive consultations. And I think what we actually achieved in the document sort of flowed from these foundations. The formation of the committee followed this multi-stakeholder process. It was inclusive in its ideals, and I think as a committee, certainly as the EMC, we gelled quite quickly as individuals. I also want to note particularly Benedicto's role. Governments have a difficult role in multi-stakeholder processes sometimes, but he was excellent in bringing a very calm sort of political sensibility to the process. He didn't try to instruct us what to do. There was nothing top-down about it. He was an absolutely wonderful member of the committee, and this is important because governments do find it difficult to participate with all us strange other stakeholders. So I really think, governments are a very important stakeholder, and thanks very much to him and his team. We mentioned a little bit about the high-level committee, and the role was not as clear. And when we'd actually drafted a document and it was going to them, I actually personally was somewhat worried. I felt that they probably had not read the document with the intensity that we had. And I was wondering what was going to happen to it. And I think that was at some point where perhaps the process got a little bit lost, and it wasn't the committee's fault. I know many of the members, and they certainly were working hard and involved, but I don't think they had the same type of involvement with the text and the process as we did, and it seemed to get a little bit lost in that process. But in many ways, one of the greatest attributes we had was that we didn't have any time. Everything we were doing was reactive. Everything we were doing had to be finished the next moment. And you didn't have time really to be distracted by worries about process, which we normally are. We can talk for a week and a half about the process of some meeting. We simply didn't have time for that. We just had to get on and do it. And that time element is interesting. I wonder if we'd actually had 6 months rather than 2.5, would we have had a very different document? I suspect we probably would. Would it have been better? Probably not. So that was an interesting thing to sort of think about. The call for contributions was interesting. I think the timeline showed something like about a month for comments, and we received 180 extremely thoughtful comments in a very short period of time. It was fortunate, really, that people seemed to automatically understood how to respond. There was a great deal of commonality in those responses, and that made our job particularly easy, because our task, as others have said, was to look for commonality. It was to try and find the common threads, and there have been two data mining exercises afterwards that looked at the outcome documents, and they seem to agree that the committees did a good job in picking out those commonalities. So that is important. I also particularly enjoyed and found very, very useful using that paragraph by paragraph comment process. This again stemmed from something that the Brazilian experience of crowdsourcing legislation, the Marco Civil, that gave us a sort of confidence that this was going to work. I wasn't particularly sure it would, but the Brazilian colleagues knew it would, because they just drafted a major piece of legislation, which of course we know was signed into law on the morning of the opening of the NETmundial initiative. So we used a process for drafting that was inclusive and really quite exciting to watch, see those 1,370 comments coming in. It really was interesting. And as Marilia noted, then we, of course, go into the microphone lines and the taking of comments in Sao Paulo itself. And it was important even then, as we were adopting and evolving the document, that we kept in mind that there were 180 comments beforehand, so that we didn't overly favor those who were able to be physically present in Sao Paulo. So we did try to stick to the foundations of the input that came from people. So that's how I sort of see NETmundial. It was open, it was participatory, it was looking for inclusion at all times and trying to listen to people. And the IGF is different. The IGF is somewhat the opposite. It was created for dialogue, and as has been noted, we've been repeatedly told that the IGF does not do outcomes and statements. It doesn't do it, and it structurally can't do it, we've been told, because it doesn't have a membership to do it. Over the years, we've been told the IGF doesn't do outcomes. I think 9 years after Tunis that is actually unimaginative and should do better. And we probably are doing better this year. There are signs of innovations, and the best practice documents are a good example of that. So let's hope that those will be enough. But I am concerned that the IGF is becoming increasingly irrelevant. And I think you look around the world and people will make those comments, and it's very unfortunate. 2015 is a year for renewing the mandate, and therefore 2014 should have been a year for really addressing improvements rather than hoping that they may happen after this meeting. They should be happening now. And I hope that the NETmundial process tried to set up the IGF to be bolder, to give it energy. I think particularly the notions about intercessional work that were recommended should have been more boldly adopted this week. They should have been woven into the fabric of this schedule, so that we knew one of our goals coming out of this week would be intercessional work of some kind. And I don't think that has been done, and I think that's a mistake. We should be moving towards Brazil with an idea that we're going to be doing intercessional work to prepare for 2015. There was also particular issues, as were noted, I think, earlier on one of the screens, that NETmundial did try to set up some specific issues. The one that I think is important in all of our internet governance discussions, whether it's CSTD or the United Nations General Assembly, which is going to be looking at modalities of WSIS very shortly, is roles and responsibilities. The specific text in the NETmundial document saying that we should recognize the different roles played by different stakeholders in different issues. The document actually went on to recommend that we needed global discussion to consider different roles and responsibilities of stakeholders in internet governance, including the meaning and application of equal footing. Those kinds of statements could be put out, the IGF could put those out as a call for contributions. Very simply, they could have been the start of a new NETmundial type consultation process on roles and responsibilities. We could have had a call, we could have taken comments, we could have drafted we could have created a draft, we could have then put that out for further comment and be discussing it this week in the meetings we're having here, and then taking that forward as intersessional work to Brazil. And I think we've missed an opportunity. I think NETmundial tried to set up the IGF to do some things that it isn't doing. And that I find a little bit disappointing. And it's nobody's fault. I think it's just the nature of the speed of operation that we didn't perhaps notice what was before us. The last thing I'd mention is the NETmundial initiative, which we heard about last Thursday. And that is different yet again. And again, I think it would have taken more from the modalities of NETmundial. It's taken the name, but it hasn't really taken the inspiration of modalities from NETmundial. At the end of Thursday last week, it wasn't clear to me what the initiative was really trying to do, what its goal was, what its intended outcome was. So that would be a very clear contrast to what NETmundial had in terms of how it was set up. Unlike NETmundial, the modalities of NETmundial initiative are not clear. Will it follow the same approach of being open and inclusive and multi-stakeholder, seeking broad input? Again, that's not entirely clear. It looks like, yes, it will do, but it's not entirely clear. And that is a bad start for that particular initiative, which looks important. I think it's also true that, there was a very good case made during the meeting last week that there must be greater efforts to bring in global business. Of course there must. There aren't enough business organizations here, and we need more, and using the World Economic Forum and the initiative there is a wonderful chance to bring these groups in. But at the same time, we shouldn't ignore the already ongoing rich participation of NGOs, of developing country governments that need also to be courted. So what I would like to think is that it's not too late for the NETmundial initiative. What it could do is launch a call for open participation, especially the membership of any steering committee, of any working groups, so that different stakeholders can actually appoint their own people to those working groups, as NETmundial document suggests. It could start to look at the topics that the NETmundial initiative is recommended, there are 4 of them, and have a consultation to ask, are these the important topics that we should be discussing, or are there other topics that we could be discussing? NETmundial in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, might have looked at it differently. So we could initiate a call on this, launch a discussion about the process, because the process of the NETmundial initiative is not clear. But we can launch a process on it and decide what the global stakeholders think that process should be. And as we saw earlier in this year, a couple of, 2 months, 3 months, a lot can be done. So there is time for the NETmundial initiative to really move forward and become the sort of vehicle that takes our work from Sao Paulo onwards. So I'm not trying to be negative about this. I'm saying that this is an opportunity. We can learn from how NETmundial worked and make the initiative every bit of a success. So the other thing it might have done is borrowed a few people from the NETmundial process and brought them into the initiative. I think if Raul, Marilia, Carlos, and some others were at that NETmundial initiative, then we would have a much better chance of it being a success. I do have something else to say, but I think I've probably run out of time, and that would be to look at, briefly, the modalities for the WSIS review by the UN General Assembly. This looks like it's going to be a multilateral process. I think we could probably, if we were imaginative, take the contributions that come into that and do a NETmundial on them. Take them away from the UN Secretariat, put them online for open comment, put them online for editing, and see if we can't actually develop a parallel document. And if we have a parallel document that is developed by global multi-stakeholders, then the General Assembly is going to have to accept it. It's going to have to listen to it. So we can make this, what seems to be a somewhat closed process, open, participatory, and multi-stakeholder. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Adam. And our last speaker, before we open the floor to other members of the Executive Multi-Stakeholder Committees, and the rest of you in the room, is Zahil Jamil from Pakistan, business representative on the Executive Multi-Stakeholder Committee.
Thank you, Henriette. So Zahir Jamil, I'm from Pakistan. I'm an attorney, and I represented in a liaison capacity global business through BASIS at the Executive Committee. Mr. Vice Minister Almeida, thank you for the opportunity that you've made available for us to sit here and talk about the commendable work that did take place and how Brazil basically played such a pivotal role. I know we're supposed to talk about challenges and lessons learned, but I'd like to focus a little bit on the achievements of this experiment as it's rightly been described. How Brazil particularly, for instance, got the governments to come together wasn't an easy task. We saw some of those photographs that you showed earlier, that was important. And also the civil society and private sector. So all the effort that the Brazilian government put into this must be recognized, absolutely. I also wanted to then go into some of the strengths, and I've got a list here, for instance. So the great job, right from the get-go, of identifying the 4 stakeholder groups was, I think, essential. Reaching out to them and making sure that they were involved, maintaining the multi-stakeholder principle, I think that was very good, important. Although business, of course, was in a liaison capacity, not representative, we had to keep going back, and I think that's the way we function. And I think Marla was right saying every stakeholder group acts and works in a different way. It was 2 specific tasks that we had. I think that's important that we underscore that point, that NETmundial was not a process. It wasn't necessarily an initiative, but it was really to have an outcome and see whether we could achieve that. A one-time event is what was initially intended. And the decision, I think the important aspect was that the decision would be by consensus. I think that was one of the strengths of the NETmundial event, that whatever decisions would be by consensus. The contributions were fantastic, the way they were handled. I think that is a model, a very good way that they were sort of the openness by which the comments could have come in. There was obviously the very important and very hard work of the Secretariat of the NETmundial, which was incredible. Given the short space of time that we had and the amount of information that had to be put together, I mean, you must applaud the Secretariat to put it together. Though that was an advantage because of the time limit, I think it's important that when we move forward in any other process, for instance, ensuring that there is greater sort of oversight of how the Secretary puts things together. Not that there's no criticism, it's just that for transparency purposes, going back to stakeholder groups, how did the document arise, which comment was taken, which was not taken, all those things. Although the Secretary did a fantastic job of trying to give us metrics, and we saw that in the Executive Committee, but we just really had so much work that there was only so much that we could do. So there, the day-long conference calls, I've never been on conference calls this long. It was incredible the amount of commitment that people had. We would go off for lunch and come back and the conference call was still on, depending on which part of the world we were in. But the equal division was very important. The 4 mics, the 4 stakeholder groups and the round robin, sort of flattening this, saying everyone's equal, you come to the mic and make a contribution, encouraging to say, look, this is your opportunity, whether you're government, whether you're business or civil society or else. And I think this open drafting process was an incredible strength. I'm going to talk about some of the challenges prior to that as far as drafting was concerned, but the fact that the decision was made that the drafting process at the event will be open and everybody will be able to watch it was I think, an incredibly helpful and useful one at the meeting. And I think it must be said that no one walked away. I think that goes to diplomacy and how the Brazilian government hosted it and how there was a positive approach from all stakeholders to try and achieve something. And yes, I think it is something that many can take away and say, well, if we don't think that advocacy and lobbying and working with other stakeholders or maybe even governments is not something we're used to, I think it's important that they now understand that this is something they need to do. It's a helpful thing. So those are the strengths. And I'd also like to say that particularly everyone who was involved in this process done a fantastic job. We were really encouraged as a private sector, but Ambassador Benedicto's role in the diplomacy that he played was particularly important. I know I've said this before even at the event, but he did a fantastic job. And Demi Getchko, who inspired the trust and the confidence in moving the process forward. These are 2 names I just wanted to take a mention. Now, to be helpful with our taking this opportunity to speak about the challenge improvements, I think it's important that we note that this discussion is taking place at the IGF and not elsewhere. I think that's number 1. It's key. The connection between what NETmundial has done and the fact that we're the IGF and not elsewhere trying to develop any separate or rather have a complementary process that was mentioned, I think it's very, very important. But at the same time, we need to be sort of responsive to the community. And to add to this credibility and strength, there are certain things that need to be done. Now, I understand what happened at NETmundial from a private sector perspective. We had a time crunch. That was just something we had to deal with. We had to make up rules as we went along. They were not altogether clear. There was a challenge example in trying to find out what consensus meant. And as everyone will remember, I think we reached some understanding of what consensus was the night before the event. But until then, there was a lack of clarity. Some of it might have been because that's what we wanted, because it wasn't clear how we would do this. But I think going forward, that would be something we could address again. And again, there's a reason, because it was a timing issue. So clarity is very important. So what are the issues that one should try and address? Transparency, we tried our best, but I think we need more. Participation, a meaningful participation, I think, is extremely important. With business, we were clear from day one that we would need to go back, for instance, and consult with our own stakeholder group. I think that's very important. Now, I understand that there was a time constraint, but going forward, I think it's very important that anything, as a model, if it is adopted, it is important that the stakeholder groups, as correctly said, have different ways of coming to a decision-making process. They have that opportunity to be able to go back and do that. So that impacted, for instance, the drafting of the documents, the timing, the ability to be able to speak to the stakeholder groups and come back with your comments. So the document that was drafted eventually, I think, and presented at the event, or went to the high-level committee, for instance, was something that one just had to say, all right, fine, it's done, let's move forward. But the process by which we knew how it was developed altogether, and whether the consensus that supposedly had been reached, what are the rules of that, were, I think, something we need to work at. I think it needs to be absolutely clear how and when something does go through and doesn't go through, or doesn't go through. I think it's very important to do that, because that will affect the accountability of the process, and that actually completely affects the credibility of the process if that is done in that way. So again, great stuff on identification of 4 stakeholder groups. Open drafting was fantastic. And I think the rules of rules of how consensus reached, I must stress, are one of the most important things that need to be taken into account, because informed deliberation by stakeholder groups, so that they can give considered consent to something, and I use those words, informed and considered, are vital for this to be a trustworthy process going forward. And one other thing, it's important, I think, in any sort of, whether it was the EMC or otherwise, that it's not a question of the number of people who agree. It's the weightage that is given to the stakeholder groups. That was done very well, for instance, when the mics and people came up with the contributions. But in the drafting process, I think it's very important, before we got to the event itself, that it is clear that it's not the number of the people, but the representation, in a sense, that matters. So if there was more time, I think this would be much more ideal and a better process. But what we have learned from this, I think, is that we now have an opportunity to address all these things. I think you've heard it from the civil society, you're now hearing it from business, that we have these crucial months coming up ahead. And within those months, I think what we can do is work together, leading up to the IGF, to improve the participation, to improve the deliberation, informed deliberation, considered consent, and clear rules around consensus in order to achieve clear consensus when we have an outcome. But also keep in mind that you need to keep the stakeholder groups involved. We're seeing this initiative that is developed. I'd agree with Adam. I think there needs to be clarity as to how that process is going to work. Also, keep in mind that it needs to be manageable. Stakeholder groups have a resource issue. So many events, so many places. Where are you going to go? What are you going to sort of address? And I think that doesn't just affect participation. It affects meaningful participation by developing countries, because they only have so much resource to go around to be at so many different events. So we need to be very conscious of how that is basically done. So the products of NETmundial, I just want to leave with one important point. Let's keep in mind that this was, the purpose of NETmundial was coming up with a negotiated draft of a text or an outcome. That is not what is going to be required at every IGF process or everything we do here. So we need to identify the fact that the NETmundial is for a specific purpose, and that's when we want to do something like that, this happens to be an example of how that worked, and it's not for everything that in the IGF we're supposed to do. So let's not forget what was done right and what was done well. It is clear that multi-stakeholderism has worked. It shows that there's energy around it. It shows that Brazil played a very important leading role in it. I think it's an interesting idea, Adam, to have the UN infusion and to see how we can actually try and include much more multi-stakeholderism within the UN process. And I'll just close saying, as a person from the South, it was great to see leadership coming from the South, especially when it's constructive, productive, and ensures consensus through transparency. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Zaid. And it also showed that there could be conflict and disagreement, and yet still cooperation emerging from that. The other members of the executive multi-stakeholder committees and the high-level committee in the room, we would like now to invite any of you to contribute your reflections on the process. Is there anyone who wants to just introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Hello, my name is Dongman Lee. I actually participated in EMC as the representative of academia. I'd just like to add one point. I think it is very important for me. As already other members emphasized, I realized how important the government participation on equal footing. So I appreciate Benedicto's the continuous effort to balance his statement with other members. And also I learned how, again, important the national level internet governance arrangement and the participation structure is. My personal, experience in my own country, Korea, we always try to have the government participation on an equal footing, and they come and go. It's always difficult. But the NETmundial, the meeting actually proved the multilateral equal footing participation of all the stakeholders is really making progress and very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Or anyone else? Joe. And? Okay, good.
Thanks. Joe Alatif, I was on the high-level committee representing business, and I want to echo Zahid's comments of thanking the organizers for what was a very tough and almost impossible task which you managed to pull off. So thank you for all the work that went into that. I think I perhaps wanted to highlight and perhaps echo something Zahid had made in his comments, and that was that NETmundial started with the concept of developing two deliverables. One was the roadmap, one was the principles. And while the process was not a normal negotiating process, I think for those of us who were still up at 2 in the morning discussing a document, there was some level of negotiation that was occurring. And there was a huge innovation, which I don't think has been realized, which is if you bring wine into a negotiation at 10 p.m., you will resolve many issues much more quickly. So I think Brazil did a wonderful job of moving the negotiations along. Someone say they took some of the friction out of the process, shall we say. But I think when we think about IGF, I think the concept isn't that IGF isn't capable of having outcome, but it's not suitable to unitary outcomes. So if we think of IGF, it's more of the concept of the IGF as a laboratory. And in the laboratory, we're running, I think this time it's 120 experiments, or maybe it's really 60 experiments with 120 flavors. And when we look at those, each experiment has a different set of conditions which are appropriate to it, and a result that comes out of the experiment that may be very different. So best practices is one of the new results of the experiments that are going to be productive and are going to help people. Because one of the things that we have to do better in IGF is you come to IGF, you participate in an excellent panel, you felt you've had something, and you go home and you don't recall what that was that you had. So the concept is, how do we make the learning portable? It could be capacity building, it could be a best practice. For some topics, it might be something we call an outcome, but there's going to be a huge variety of things that are appropriate depending on the topic. For some topics, the best thing we can do is progress the conversation from point A to point B because that topic isn't ripe for a conclusion. And I think one of the unique things about the DNA of the IGF is that it doesn't need to have that specific outcome because it can have a flexible outcome suited to where you are in a discussion at a point in time. That would have been clearly completely inappropriate for NETmundial, because NETmundial wouldn't have been successful if it didn't come to the outcome of those two documents. So I think we can learn some of the lessons. I mean, I must say the most shocking thing from NETmundial was watching ministers wait on a line for a microphone. That was a novelty I have never seen anywhere else. And with all respect to ministers, perhaps there's a way to give them a number so they don't have to stand in line and they can just get called. So I think there are things we can understand that were improvements, and maybe we can graft them onto IGF. But I did want to say that the models are different in the way they operate, and we have to be careful that by taking parts of the model just because it was a success, we don't actually impair the uniqueness of the IGF and what is intrinsically most valuable in its DNA.
I think that Flavio wants to make some comments also. He was a member of the EMC.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Flavio Wagner. I'm a member of the board of TGIBR and also a representative from academia in the Executive Multi-Stakeholder Committee. I would just like to maybe reinforce something that has been already said. Virgilio talked about the positive mood during NETmundial, but it was not only the positive mood, that people, all stakeholder groups were really willing to arrive at a final outcome document. And this was very important, really, that people really worked together. I was very happy to serve in this committee, to see representatives from all committees, really from all stakeholder groups, really working together very hard until late night and many weeks before to arrive at a final document. So this this common will of all people to arrive at a final document by rough consensus was very important. And we really saw that the final document was approved by the whole attendee, most of the attendees there, almost all attendees were really enthusiastic about the final document because I think they were enthusiastic about the process. And this was maybe Marilia already said, maybe the process was more important than the document itself. Thank you.
Well, we want to open the floor now to anyone, but I think one question that occurs to me is the process clearly had a lot of legitimacy, but there were also some people who did not endorse the final outcome statement. Do you think that's due to any failings in the process? Do you think the process that anything different in the process could have addressed that? Or do you think that is simply because there wasn't consensus on content of the outcome statement, or was it a process issue? And the floor is open to anyone, but I see Adam has his hand up.
One of the governments, and I won't mention the name, that didn't support the outcome document was unfortunately caught in the process we used for sort of, I think a number of us said, we looked for commonality, and this particular contribution received no support other than their own. And perhaps we should have explained that to them, but they weren't within the consensus of contributions. They were an outlier in those 180 plus, and that was just unfortunate. That was one of them, but it's quite important because it's one of the problems we mentioned. But we should have probably explained to them what the situation was a little bit better.
Rahul.
Yes, I think that it is impossible to produce outcomes that make everybody happy, and I think that's that most of us in the NETmundial agreed without an agreement, but virtually we agreed that we were working for having something that was enough good for everybody. But maybe this wasn't the expectation of most of us there, but not for everybody. And so Some people is looking for different things, are looking for seeing all of their positions or many of their positions in the final outcome, and it doesn't work in that way. But I think that it will always happen, that there will be people. But this concept of not endorsing is curious because, in fact, nobody endorsed the outcome. So saying that you don't endorse is just to make a point that you don't like the outcome, but it doesn't have any special value because the rest of us didn't endorse formally. So I think that's the process was good, the discussion was good, the outcome was good for the majority of the people. There will always be people unhappy. I think that we have to continue working in engaging more people in this kind of processes and discussion. I don't think that we have to give up and saying, okay, there will be always people unhappy. No, that's not good. I think that we have to continue working in trying to add more people willing to work in this fashion and accept the outcomes of that emerge from this kind of process. There were two different situations, and I think that's I'm really. There were some people from civil society that was not very happy with some of some aspects of the result. I don't understand exactly. I think that from my view, I cannot speak on behalf of others, but I think that the result was very good. For some of us that have been involved in IGF for a long time, I remember that 4 or 5 years ago, or maybe 6, it was very difficult to include the human rights perspective in the agenda and the discussions on IGF. And when we look at the outcomes of NETmundial, we see that we have a session of principles. What this by itself is an incredible progress. And when we look at the principles inside of the session, the first part is human rights. So I think that you know that while I work for Internet Society and I have been linked to the technical community for always in this process, I have my heart with the civil society organizations and human rights, and are a crucial thing for me. And I think that I really felt very happy, incredibly happy. I never had expected to make this kind of this level of progress in such short time, and so I think that we should celebrate that. But some people didn't see it in the same way than me. So, but I think that's part of the game.
In fact, just as a reminder,
sorry, it's just a final, because your question was, I don't think that the process, there was something wrong in the process. I think that no process is perfect. It was the first time that we did something like, there was no antecedents. We built the process on the fly. I think that's, of course, if we have to continue working in improvements as always. We should never be totally happy, because this is the way that the reason we are motivated to continue improving. Thank you.
Just the illustration of how NETmundial and IGF worked together is that there was a main session on principles, on intergovernance principles at the Bali IGF. And now we have those principles. So we had Zaid, and then we have Demi, and we have Izumi, and Joe, and we have Eileen and Nena, and I think we have to close the floor after that and have coffee.
So I think it may have been less on substance that was the issue with, and I'll speak exclusively about the governments, and because I can't speak about the civil society reasons per se. But what I'll say is that there were different process issues that I discussed earlier that had different results. The result we had with these few governments which said, no, we don't support, I think was a slightly different process issue, which is that there wasn't enough information or explanation, or then therefore buy-in by them about how this process is going to work and what are the rules around it. I don't think that was a failure of how the Brazilians had set up the process. I think it's just because it's new and it's something that governments aren't used to. So some may have come with an expectation that we're government, so intergovernmental processes, veto versus consensus. This is a very different concept altogether sometimes. Voting is one way we do it, now this is a consensus. I mean, how does that work? There was another issue with a late submission of a particular comment, which the answer was we cannot give governments priority over, say, civil society or private sector or any other government for that matter. So I think that was not, again, a failure of the process or how the Brazilian government went around doing that. Also, there was some rejection in some of the comments I heard about the usefulness or even the fact that there would be an acceptability to why should we lobby? Why should we advocate? Why should we get cooperation from others? And I think that obviously is something that was a lack of awareness of how this process might work and a lack of acceptance of how that process might work. And I think that we will see that move as we've seen that now this is a success. They may want to move to that and think about how they can actually interact. And I think so what we could do in a future process would be explain to governments particularly how their contributions would work. That's very important because I think that was one of the things we constantly heard. And the second was how their contributions would actually be done at the event and how they're expected, I guess, in a sense, if they want to achieve that outcome, to lobby with private sector, civil society and others. But I want to be very clear. I saw firsthand the diplomacy used by the Brazilian government in trying to bring people together from different governments. It was remarkable. Thank you.
Temi.
Thank you. A very short comment. I can accept totally the criticism about the process. Maybe the process has problems or faults or in any way. But it's strange to hear that the process was okay. I am in participating in this process, but after that I cannot accept the result. I suppose in a democratic process, if we don't have any criticism to the process itself, if the process is open and fair, of course we have to live with the result of the process. The process is just the expression of the majority, can be, maybe that I'm not agreeing with that. As I said, a consensus process normally distributes the disagreement equally to all the parts. But I cannot deny that I participated in a process that resulted in something that is not exactly my way of thinking, but it is the way of thinking we capture in this consensus process. Thank you.
Izumi, and we've got one more speaker which I want to allow, but then we really need to go and have coffee. So try and keep your comments brief.
Thank you. I'm not a member of EMC. I'm just a lazy participant to NETmundial. But with my to your question, Henrietta, I think it's sort of intertwined. Some of the processes could be better, although with all the constraints, including time. I wouldn't mean to criticize, but just to suggest way forward, that the lack of some time frame for the stakeholder groups, such as civil society, to know what's going on at the EMC or especially at the high-level committee process, that we didn't have good knowledge of what's going on. And it may be difficult to understand unless, I mean, between the representative of the civil society and the civil society group, which are not too well organized, and we have different positions. So a similar thing, I think, perhaps to the government, but more perhaps to the civil society or businesses to have a better sort of interaction inside. If there was some real-time capturing of the draft itself as it's been edited, then much easier. And these, we have some pad or docs, tools, which I'm now trying to use right now, so that people will look at what's going on the screen. If not, there is a voice. I was in the editing room, but I couldn't really hear what the drafting committees are talking about in detail. There was no microphone. It's fine for certain purposes, but still there are certain rooms to improve. I just want to finish before, if I may. Nobody talked about the funding. And in comparison with IGF, where our secretariat and the whole of MAG is sort of suffering, while thanks to the local hosts, especially Hartmut and the organization provided all the funding, including travel support from developing countries, and with a lot of work for the secretariat. So you cannot really ignore the physical resources that's given to the process and the substance of the success of the NETmundial, where our IGF is not really sort of enjoying that. I've been the member of the CSC working group. The financial funding side was one of the biggest issues to improve the IGF. Thank you.
Thanks, Izumi. Joe.
Yeah, just quickly, it was to a comments that he had made, but I worked very closely with one of the governments attempting to convince them to say yes, which didn't end up working out. But the problem was they didn't actively engage in the process. And then by the time the end came around, it was like, well, there's this document that came out of nowhere. What am I supposed to do with that? And I think, you know, the concept of the experience curve necessary to participate in a process you're not familiar with is going to be different for different governments. And I think that was reflected where it would have been something they probably could have accepted given time to consult and think about, or had they engaged earlier, but that's not what ended up happening. So I think some of this is also the circumstances of a new process and people getting used to it.
Absolutely, I know that in the case of my government, it was very difficult for them. They were present, but they weren't a participant in the process that sufficiently allowed them to get support from capital, consult with the relevant ministries, and so on. Eileen, just introduce yourself if you haven't spoken before.
Sure, Eileen Donahoe, Human Rights Watch. Just underscoring several points already made on the part of governments, those not used to consensus processes, and I think the remnant of the veto power was very much reflected on those who did not enjoy the end document. But on the civil society side, I would say two parts to your question. Some of it was substance, and again, disappointment about inability to get consensus on priorities that were at the top of mind for civil society, and I think that's equally it's another example of where everyone has to get to consensus and priorities are not always shared. But I think Mariella's point about rules of engagement and the drafting processes, and I think it was excellent process overall, but there's room for improvement there about how the EMC worked and how drafting happened, and I think the suggestion just made about having it literally be open on a screen is a very good idea.
Nena and Carlos, at the other end of the table.
Good morning. My name is Nena. I come from the internet. Two quick points. One on logistics. The very fact that Brazil took the time to inform all its external missions that NETmundial was happening, and that all I had to do was to take my confirmation letter to the Brazilian embassy and get a free visa the next day was very important in my participation, and I think we should note that. My second point is on the success of NETmundial. I think that it is the success of CGI.br. Because I have been to many events where the host country takes months in organizing a national committee. Brazil did not need to do that because they had a multi-stakeholder internet dialogue at national level that was already functional. And for those of us who do not know, when NETmundial finished, the Brazil IGF was the next 2 days. Some of us were captured over. But I think it is important to note that it is not just the outside will of Brazil, but the inside working mechanism that made NETmundial a success. There was an IGF. There was a Comité de Gestion de l'Internet de Brazil already in place, and that made a difference. I don't know many other countries that actually have a functional, open, multi-stakeholder internet governance committee. I don't know any. And if there are any, they can host a NETmundial. But for the moment, I don't know many of them, including the ones that host the IGF.
Thanks, Nena. Carlos Afonso.
Hello, okay. Just some historical perspective. I remember that in the 90s, and I have my white hair that authorizes me to speak of the 90s or even earlier. We had an interesting phenomenon, which was several UN conferences just after the supposed end of the Cold War, which started to have the so-called multi-stakeholder participation. And the first one was, of course, the Conference on Environment and Development in Rio in 1992. We didn't have CGI.br at that time. Yeah. And which had a very, very strong participation of civil society at large. And this was followed by several other UN conferences. And perhaps the most important of them was the Human Rights Conference of Vienna in 1993, in which a document which was called the Vienna Declaration of Human Rights was adopted by consensus of 171 countries. And from that, the UN General Assembly endorsed the declaration of the conference. And also, a few months later, I think in December 93, the High Commissioner for Human Rights of the United Nations was created. And this conference had strong participation of civil society and other sectors, who all walked out, in the words of my friend Wolfgang Kleinwachter, equally unsatisfied. No, which is good in a multi-stakeholder process. It's equal, right? Including in dissatisfaction. But was a tremendous success, actually. No? And the success, it means that all those 171 countries are abiding by by that declaration, not necessarily. No, not necessarily. But it was a major achievement in this multi-stakeholder process. We arrive now at the NETmundial, in which, with the help of my country, we try to do a conference in the country, not of the country or by the country. A conference in which we are only the hosts and trying to make it as multi-stakeholder as possible, to the point that my friend Virgilio likes to say that the governments had to line up to speak exactly like civil society, the private sector, and the academic community. No, one microphone for each, and all of them had to line up in the same way and had to wait for their turn. The result of NETmundial, is it something that everybody agrees with? No. Remember the Vienna Declaration? No, as well. No, but there was a rough consensus. This also brings a rough consensus of a group of people, committed people from every sector who managed to participate and managed to express their opinions, and that was the result. This is what we have to look at. It is imperfect. It doesn't satisfy everybody, but is a very, very important landmark for us to build upon and go ahead. Several examples before that show that this is possible, and I am sure that this example, the forthcoming actions that we might be able to do, will be possible as well. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Carlos.
My name is Vladimir Lampshin. I'm with the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Russia. We are grateful, as everybody else, to the Brazilian government for organizing the forum and the birth of NETmundial. But we see the main significance of this forum in showing where we are. We understand that there are a big number of countries or a big number of representatives who are supporting the documents. But at the same time, we see those who were not heard at the forum. we see that I strongly oppose the term rough consensus. It's like partially pregnant, because it's either consensus or it is not. That's why, and we know the result, that some delegation left the forum and they were not heard. The references to procedure, we cannot accept them. The procedure should be arranged in the following way, that everybody's voice could be heard there. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And now we have some remote participants. So can you please let them speak or read their contributions to us, please? And a special welcome to them.
Ginger Peck, Virtual Remote Hubs comment follows, seconding Izumi's point of difficulty of following drafting processes for people on the ground in Brazil was impossibility to follow for remote participants. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Is there any other comments?
No, this is it. This is it.
Well, thanks very much. I just want to emphasize a few things before I hand back to Virgilio. I think it's really good to get this feedback. It's really good to get the perspective also from participants who felt that they were not able whether the process did not work for them. But I think what really stands out for me is the history of this, the fact that we are so impatient generally. You know, we expect our processes that we create to deliver before we've really given them the chance to mature. And so for me, NETmundial is really the story of CGI.br, having been around for 20 years, the IGF having been around for how long? 9 years. And through that maturation, being able to also change, because it's about behavioral change as well. It's about changing procedures, making them very clear, making them transparent, but also giving the actors that are in those processes the opportunity to change how they think and how they work, not just as individuals, but also as institutions. And I think then the other point is the point about resources as well. I think we really should not underestimate that. I'm very glad Izumi mentioned that. And I think the commitment and the contribution from those that financed and supported the NETmundial, there are many, but there's ICANN, there's CGI.br, and there's the government of Brazil and many others. So that's really significant. And then I think we also have a man of the match, which I didn't actually realize before. And I think it's really wonderful to get that endorsement and that gratitude to Ambassador Fonseca, to Benedito. And it really shows also what a difference individuals can make to a process, individual commitment and individual contributions.
Well, I thank you all for the comments. I also would like to ask an applause for another person from the Brazilian delegation that was very, very helpful in organizing the conference. Was Harmut Glaser, responsible for the logistics of the conference, that worked very well. So that's, yeah. Well, just to conclude, I think that we all understand that the process was not perfect, not everybody was satisfied, but it brought a lot of advance to this process of internet governance. I think that here we heard important comments and suggestions, in particular regarding to the drafting process, to the decision-making process, that we can improve for next conference, and also we can use that maybe in the next IGF conference that will be held in Brazil. So I think that I would like to ask everyone that participated in the different committees and also attended the conference and made suggestions and comments. I would like to thank you all for the contributions and say that we got an event that was successful in terms of achievements, and it presents, as Carlos Afonso said, a landmark in this internet governance evolution process. Thank you all for being here.
Thanks very much. So we have time for a quick coffee break. We're running about half an hour late, almost, so apologies to all. So try and be back here by 11:30. I know. I'm pushing the boundaries, Jonas.
Thank you, yeah.
Thanks. I didn't expect this, by the way. No one told me this. Demi, I didn't know.
And here it will be the panel now, but
well, we'll see.
but you should certainly take a seat in
I'll see
around.
where I can.
Okay, you have it there. You have all the information. You have the information. So what do you want me to do? Just to make people sit down?
No, yes, I'd like if you could
Hi, how are you? Nice to see you.
coordinate the meeting I think you are doing this very well. So.
But I didn't do it so well this morning. But this time around, I've spoken to most of the panelists, so we can discipline them. How does that work? Who
I don't
controls that? Is that little thing?
Is it?
I'm
I have
wondering,
absolutely
is that
no.
It's a pointer, so it's not that.
No
I wonder how that
familiarity with
works.
this. Right. Hello.
Okay. Let's start. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat. We're about to start. And thanks for keeping the 6-minute coffee break to only 20. Sit anyway. Can all the panelists on this panel please take a seat at the table? And everyone else, you're very welcome to come and sit at the table if there's space.
Katie Brown, Jeanette. Maybe they should be sitting here.
Yeah.
Or
Let's find them. So we have Alan Fadi is there. Jeanette Hoffman, please take a seat. You're a panelist. Show leadership. We have everyone else, I think. Okay. Yanis. You here? Oh, sorry, Yanis. Good. Okay. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for staying with us in this process. This will be the second panel looking back at NETmundial and extracting lessons learned. We started talking about the statement during the process panel, but this session is much more focused on that, on the construction of the NETmundial multi-stakeholder statement. And the people at the table, the panelists, will present their assessment of the principles and the roadmap agreed on during the meeting, and the participation of the high-level multi-stakeholder committee. So we did hear about that. Some remarks were made about the role and participation. In fact, I think someone said this morning that the role of the high-level committee wasn't as clear to them as the roles of the executive multi-stakeholder committees. And looking at how this can influence internet governance going forward. And in particular, the panel and the room will discuss the NETmundial recommendations on the strengthening of the IGF. So on that note, I'm handing over to Ambassador Benedito Fonseca from the Ministry of External Relations in Brazil.
Well, thank you, Andriette. I should start by thanking all those who have very generous reference to myself, to my participation in this whole exercise, and to say I'm very honored and thankful for this. But at the same time, I want to say this was a collective work involving the dedication and commitment of so many people that I maybe was the most visible face at some points, but I'd like to fully share with all those who participated in this. I was supposed to walk through, in a way, the NETmundial outcome document just to kickstart the discussion on the substance, on the outcome of NETmundial. I don't think it is maybe necessary to go through in depth all the text. I think most of you are very familiar with the text. I just want to indicate some thoughts on this document, and then from the perspective of governments, and I think maybe the interest in this session is to look from the perspective of the various stakeholders how this document appears. So I will make also some comments from that perspective. So first of all, as it has been highlighted in the morning session, from the start, from day one, the organization of NETmundial set as a goal to have a focus on two specific areas, internet governance principles and what we call the roadmap for the evolution of internet governance ecosystem. In regard to the internet governance principles, as we look at the text that was adopted, to my assessment, there are two maybe main groups of principles, maybe oversimplifying and categorizing those principles. They are principles that apply directly to internet governance per se, the process, how it should be governed, which characteristics should be embedded in internet governance, and in aspects related directly to the operation of internet. So some principles are addressed in a very focused way applied to internet. And then we have principles that are, of course, apply in a more broad way, particularly, of course, human rights, which are not specific to internet, but should also be to underpin internet governance. And maybe we could also put in that category the issue of culture and linguistic diversity as a value that would apply also in a more comprehensive way. Actually, when we were discussing human rights and shared values, at some point culture and linguistic diversity was under that caption, but then it was set in a different text. But I think this together could be seen as principles that should apply anywhere and also in the internet, and others are more directly addressed to the internet. As regard roadmap, to my understanding, and here we took a very broad, a very comprehensive approach to what internet governance means. And one thing that is clear to us, and as we participate in so many debates on internet governance, is that sometimes internet governance means different things for different people. Some people tend to see internet governance from the angle of the critical resources, the technical aspects related to internet, infrastructure, all the engineering of internet. That is one aspect that in some discussions, when there is reference to internet governance, it refers basically to that aspect. And then we can take a broader approach encompassing issues such as human rights, cybersecurity, and so many other issues. And we took this broader approach since when we took into account the contributions, we saw that the concerns were widespread to many other areas. So we tried to take this into account. So you'll see that there are some very specific recommendations, specific statements in regard to some processes related to internet governance. IGF, of course, deserves a singular and very long paragraph, paragraph 3 of one of the sections. The ICANN transition also deserves 2 paragraphs. But beyond that, there are references to enhanced cooperation. There was not an attempt to speak in depth about issues related to international public policy issues associated to internet that are captured under the discussion of enhanced cooperation as it emanates from the Tunis agenda. But anyway, there was a perception that in a way that should go into the document, that the concern was there about an area that has not yet fully developed or there are different interpretations on how enhanced cooperation has developed or should develop, but there was not an attempt there, but within NETmundial to address this issue. But anyway, it is indicated as an area that should further deserve attention. There is also reference to efforts that should be done at the national level, of course, aiming to develop multi-stakeholder mechanisms at the national level. There are references to the need to ensure adequate communication and coordination among existing forums. The issue of surveillance is referred to. In that connection, the role of the Human Rights Council and the IGF is mentioned. Cybersecurity, cybercrime are referenced also in very simple terms, very concise, but the concern is there. And there is an indication that there are emerging topics and issues that should also deserve attention in order to make clear that the existing mechanisms and processes are adequately addressing them. So there is this idea that maybe there are some gaps that are still to be fulfilled. So I'm just mentioning this to say that the mapping of issues when we were discussing this document and those issues and different layers and different ways of looking into things related to internet governance, as reflected in the document, shows that there are so many areas, so much work in progress in all those areas that clearly shows that NETmundial was an attempt to, in a way, capture those developments, to make some recommendations, to propose some actions, some intervention. But clearly, NETmundial cannot be seen as something that is complete in itself. It is clearly something that is taking into account existing processes for work that is being done in so many areas, trying to relate to those processes and in a way try to energize those same processes and fora. This was one goal that was set from day one, that we would relate to those existing processes, take into account, and try through our work at NETmundial to provide some more momentum to this. And in this sense, I think we can all agree that NETmundial provided a very substantive contribution, but a contribution that is not exhausted in itself, that points the necessity, indicates the necessity to further work on those issues and to move beyond. And of course, you'll recall that there are some issues that were identified that are very clearly indicated that they deserve further work. So NETmundial should be seen in that light of trying to take stock of what there is, achieve consensus, and then propose, indicate clearly that there are so much things to be done. From the perspective of government, and I think during the negotiating process, all of us, we were working to our best in the most collaborative way, helpful way, but of course taking into account what were the particular approaches and interests of each group. I should say that from our perspective, maybe there are a few things that are lacking in this document. Of course, there is no reference to the Tunis agenda, which is a framework that, to our understanding, could be accepted with some angles could be seen through that light. There we have agreed on principles, on some action. That were discussed at NETmundial. To my understanding, it is not feasible to have one single institution take into account all these richness and complexities involved with so many processes, fora, and issues. So, but there might be some merit in trying to examine some ways in which some of those processes can be strengthened and energized. I think that's a good way to go. Our concern would be that anything that would follow up on the track of NETmundial would retain the same characteristics of NETmundial. That was the bottom-up approach, the inclusiveness, the attempt to bring everyone on board and to work collaboratively and preferably on the consensus, full consensus, if not rough consensus, but at least to have this as a goal, to achieve consensus. We think the same quality we try to insert into the NETmundial process should be part of anything that is aimed to follow in the track of NETmundial. So, but these are, as I have said, some of my notes. I'll be very happy to follow the debate and participate, if necessary, in other parts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that characteristically thoughtful input, Benedito. I'm afraid that Ambassador Karklins had to leave us. He has a meeting with the Assistant Secretary General of the UN, Mr. Gus, but he'll try and join us. And I think now we will go to our panel. And Kathy, if I'm not wrong, you are first on the list. Kathy Brown is the CEO of the Internet Society, one of the institutions that has been in this process for a very long time.
Benedicto, thank you. Thank you so much for all of you for being here. I wanted to make 3 simple points today and then see where that brings us. First, I want to say that NETmundial was and is a spirit. We had a lot of discussion in the last session about, we pulled apart the pieces of it and the process and how it came together and what was happening. The thing that impressed me so much about the experience was the spirit of cooperation. And might I say, actual happiness. There was a group of people together for which you seldom see, because we're all very solemn in these halls, a lot of energy. And the energy came from this notion that we were there to cooperate with each other. Now, I think a lot of this had to do with the way the organization was done ahead of time, the iterative way that folks became involved, and then really, yes, the time that was required, very short, for people to be able to say what they needed to say in very clear ways in a process that felt very equalizing. And then a sense of anticipation that this could all come to something. And then in the end, a lot of cheering, even by those who felt that they couldn't sign on, I remember. There was a notion that there was a spirit that we wanted to capture to go forward. Secondly, NETmundial is about the principles that, importantly, we did find consensus around. We did say that this multi-stakeholder mechanism, this way of doing work, this way of reaching a decision is based on a set of principles. And that became enormously important both in the hall and as a way going forward. And I said earlier this week, my friend Olaf Kalkman said, let's just take them and we'll put them on the wall. And all who want to embrace these principles are part of the multi-stakeholder organization of the internet that wants to engage in determining all of the various issues that come up. We agreed that the internet is an ecosystem that is distributed, that is decentralized. The nature of an ecosystem is there are many things going on at once. It's complex, but it is connected and it's related. One thing connects with another, but the governance of any piece of it is distributed. It is not in one place. It is not centralized. That is the nature of the internet itself. And the principles we adopted, and I hope you go back and read them again, because we now say a shorthand. We say NETmundial principles. And sometimes that's dangerous, because we don't go back and say, and what were they? Did we look again to say what we agreed? That it was multi-stakeholder, that it was open, participative, that it was consensus-driven, that it's transparent, it's accountable, inclusive, equitable, and distributed. We said those are the principles that we are signing up for, this collaborative, meaningful participation. That's what we want to do. So it's a principles. NETmundial, a spirit, principles, and then an outcome. And I'd like to start from the end, the last paragraph. It is expected that the NETmundial findings and outcomes will feed into other processes and forums, such as the post-2015 Development Agenda process, WSIS, IGF, and all internet governance discussions held in different places with different bodies. It was anticipated that a number of organizations, so many in this room, would take the principles, some of, as Benedicto says, some of the issues that we had developed, and they would run with them, and indeed they have, in a distributed way. I want to bring the relevance of all this back to the place we are today, the IGF. In my view, in ISOC's view, in the view of the Internet Society, the call for action made in Brazil runs right through the IGF. It runs right here. This is the place where the stakeholders of the world come together to have discussions, to exchange ideas. It's a knowledge network, a marketplace of ideas where we exchange what we know with each other, and we go back and we put these things to work. I loved actually what Adam Peake had to say about how we might mature ourselves some more, that we might follow the progress that we make, which will be distributed, but can be described. What is the progress we made on the issues we brought forward to discuss and to exchange ideas and to think about how to execute on them? It seems to me that we here can strengthen the IGF to do that kind of work, that we can. Benedicto, a lost opportunity, perhaps in Brazil, how much could we do in 2 days, that we need to figure out how to relate better to the governmental processes, by the way, which all of us also are involved with, and they with us, and they with us. So we have a listening kind of environment that we are together creating the future. It seems to me those are the things that we can take up here at the IGF. We have so many talented folks, lots of good thinking, and ways, I think, to say, what shall we do between now and the next time we were together? Do we need another NETmundial? Maybe, maybe not, but we will be in Brazil next year. We will be in Brazil. We will come back with the IGF. And if we come back with the spirit and the principles and the notion that we do have work together, we have work to do, we're doing it, and we need to describe that work in a way that our governments and those in authority say, looks like you got that one, looks like maybe I need to do something to enter here but not there, and we have that conversation. I think we will find that NETmundial was a critical turning point to our very strength here. Now, I have to excuse myself because we are off to announce an association to support the IGF. We're going to raise some funds. We hope you'll all become members so that we can make this organization stronger, more powerful, more regionally based, so that the regions can indeed come to talk to the global IGF, go back down again, and keep the power in the hands of the many. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Kathy, and wishing you all strength with the initiative. Jeanette Hoffman is our next speaker from civil society and very integrally involved in the academic community in the NETmundial process and in the IGF process.
Now it's working. Thank you, Henriette. In NETmundial, I was actually involved as an academic. The stakeholder categories can be confusing at times. So I was asked to talk about the high-level committee, of which I was a member. The high-level committee had 27 members all in all, 12 governments who were co-hosts of the NETmundial conference, 12 multi-stakeholder representatives representing civil society, private sector, the technical and the academic committee, and 3 members from international organizations. The high-level committee was an attempt to integrate governments in a more formal way in this process, and to some degree I think this worked quite well. But when we look at what the high-level committee actually did, frankly, I would say that the executive committee was much more instrumental, because it was the executive committee that actually wrote the first draft that the high-level committee looked at. So we did comment on it, and we added a bit to the first draft that was the basis of the NETmundial conference, but most of the work was actually done by the executive committee. So there is not that much I can actually report on what the high-level committee did. So I thought I changed the question from what did the high-level committee to how did the interface between governments and the various stakeholder groups work, and what needs to be done to advance this further. So in a way, I echo very much Benedicto's point, how the big question to me that will to some extent decide over the relevance of multi-stakeholder processes is about how do we develop the interface between intergovernmental processes, let's say democratically legitimized decision-making, and multi-stakeholders who are not formally legitimized by democratic processes such as elections and majority voting, but who have a lot of relevant issues and expertise to bring to the table. So the first point I would like to make, and that is sort of drawing on the lessons that I learned during NETmundial, is that there are different rationalities and expectations brought to the table when we meet at fora such as NETmundial. Speaking now from a civil society perspective, we engage in such processes because we are driven by problems that we see in our everyday life. Let's say the issue of mass surveillance was certainly a big issue that motivated civil society to submit text, to sort of do the long journey, invest a lot of time, energy, and money to actually participate. It's a problem-driven perspective and rationality, sort of how can we ensure that human rights get full respect on the internet for all people who use it. On the other hand, governments have a completely different rationality. I would say they are rather document-driven. When they negotiate text, it's less social problems they have in mind, but other agreements, treaties, texts that they have negotiated before, and they ask themselves, how can we advance the statements that we have? And these different rationalities meet at such meetings. And it is actually Benedicto who told me how governments operate and what the limits are in which they can negotiate text with us. And he was open enough. I thanked him for that yesterday. He would call colleagues from his ministry and ask them, is this specific language proposed by civil society, can we support this? Is there any document that we sort of can refer to so that we know our other governments with us have agreed on this language? And I understood while negotiating with him, but still there were lots of people in the room who didn't understand, who asked questions like, why is Edward Snowden nowhere mentioned? Why can't we all collectively condemn mass surveillance because it clearly violates accepted human rights? And all of us who were drafting were in between these different rationalities, and many people got frustrated because they didn't see their issues addressed. So on the one hand, I would say it's a sort of matter almost of technicality, of sort of learning how the other group works, what they can do and what they cannot do. That is step one, to sort of develop a mutual understanding of what we can do and what we cannot do. But the second step clearly has to be, how can we sort of stretch the limits in which we operate to really advance this process? NETmundial really formed a very good example of sort of beginning to understand how we operate, but now we need to go steps further. So that was what I wanted to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Jeanette. And now we give the floor back to Joe Aladev.
Thank you. I was on the high-level committee representing business with a couple of my other colleagues, Christoph and Jimson. So to a comment that was made of different stakeholders had different ways of operating, perhaps the business community informed in developing those policy frameworks. Because if you only see a piece of an issue, then I'm almost guaranteeing you're going to have unintended consequences. Even with the right context, you may have unintended consequences, but you're shrinking that level of consequences because you've heard from all parties who are impacted. And those parties have given you the way they're impacted, which gives you the ability to have those concepts in mind as you start to draft a policy framework or as you decide to not regulate, which is equally important. That context may suggest to you that perhaps I should hold off because maybe it's not the right time to move forward, just as much as it may suggest to you that it might be the right time to move forward.
Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Alan Marcus from the World Economic Forum.
Okay. How does one begin? I want to start with something. Benedicto mentioned something right at the beginning, and he talked about the notion of technical versus policy and human rights, and he mentioned particularly this recognition of focus on enhanced cooperation. So I think I want to start the conversation from there. The World Economic Forum's opportunity in this space, and we were in NETmundial as well, as a more observer perhaps, a listener, trying to understand more. We have a history of, in fact, quite a good track record of improving on international cooperation. It's the core of what we do. We look at particularly public and private opportunities and bring attention to challenges. What we've heard from both NETmundial, from the IGF, and from other fora is, and in fact, even Joe, pointing to the notion of issue identification, but challenged on getting enough focus and resource, perhaps, on solving them and bringing to bear opportunities. The communities that are members of, as we are a member-supported structure, the communities that are members are leaders. They are grass tops. Right? We were known to apologize for this. They are grass tops, but they have a say. They need to understand. In fact, I heard even in this discussion here, the notion of improving and using forums to enhance collective understanding. Well, if we can enhance that collective understanding at the leadership level, at the policy leader level, at the business leader level, then we have an opportunity to educate them in a way that maybe makes them better at the decision-making that they're being asked to do. We are not promising that we can make them here, but the initiative that we have launched in support of the NETmundial statement, in support of what we understand as a grassroots, a bottoms-up approach, is to bring to bear the opportunity for enhanced collective understanding, to bring to bear the power of the leadership that convenes through the World Economic Forum to help them in their decision-making capability. And when I first came to the IGF, that was Nairobi, and been at every one since, and I kept hearing this notion of multi-stakeholderism, and in fact, the recognition that when someone says that, they don't always mean the same thing on what that is, even in terms of this space. It occurred to me that there are many stakeholders actually not present in this process. There are many stakeholders who are not at NETmundial. And by these stakeholders, I'm going to talk about the rest of the industrial sectors that are becoming, if not already, completely dependent on the internet. I mean, I look around this room and I know many from telecom and internet companies and media companies. Where are the automotive companies? Where are the financial service companies? In fact, I look around and I see friends, ICT ministers, many of them. Where are the finance ministers? Where are the health ministers? If we're going to talk about policy and what is the expectation of good policy and make sure they understand more of what could happen, the unintended consequences. We have to get this in front of them as well. I can't say that through the World Economic Forum we touch every one of them, but we have voices from all of these sectors. We have voices from all of these portfolios within ministries, and we have voices from civil society. And if we can find a way to leverage this opportunity with this issue, with this set of issues, then we should do so. And we should not ignore the place of which we can impress upon them, because they're coming together anyway. And when we talk about unintended consequences, it's not just within the internet space, but the unintended consequences with the climate change space, with the water security space, with the ability to bring primary health care to all, food security. There's so many interdependencies that are becoming only more complex because of this incredible tool known as the internet. So our goal, our aim, is to bring to the attention of these leaders, and with your help, the help of the IGF, the help with those that have been part of and support the principles of the NETmundial process, we think we can make a difference. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Alan. And there'll be an opportunity this afternoon to discuss the World Economic Forum's NETmundial initiative further. The last speaker, unless Janis manages to rejoin us, is Fadi Shahadi, CEO of ICANN. Fadi, you have the mic.
Thank you, Henriette, and thanks for making this possible. I know you had a big hand in putting this today. Appreciate it very much. I see many friends around the table, so let me just start by saying this was a milestone. And the thanks, first and foremost, go to Brazil. One more time, thank you, Brazil. Without you, we had a lot of these ideas all over the place, but you brought us together. And that will be, frankly, remembered for many years when history is written about what happened in Sao Paulo right after Easter. So thank you again for that. Now, enough patting them on the back. Now we have to get to work. Because if we don't get to work, then this remains a nice document. We promised, all of us, that this roadmap will be made live. So, moving on, let me start with this roadmap. And I'm going to, for those of you who have this document, if you don't, there are copies around the room. I'm going to start by focusing on Section 2. Section 2, both Parts 5 and 6, speak very strongly to what we need to do. I'm quoting now. We need a discussion about mechanisms for guaranteeing the transparency and accountability of those functions at ICANN that are today with US government oversight after the US government role ends. This has to take place through an open process with the participation of all stakeholders extending beyond the ICANN community. End of quote. This is already moving, and it's happening exactly as these words say. We have a process, it is extending beyond the ICANN community, and the process of transitioning the US government is in motion. Same section, Part 6. We need to serve the public interest at ICANN with clearly implementable and verifiable accountability and transparency mechanisms that satisfy requirements from both internal stakeholders and the global community. Again, this process was just finalized on our website. We're having one more big meeting about it tomorrow morning at 9, and I'm hoping that after the community gets together and agrees how to move forward, we are on the move to answer exactly what the roadmap of NETmundial asked us to do. And it is important to remember this last part of the statement. It is not just to make sure accountability works for internal stakeholders, I quote, but also the global community has to be satisfied that ICANN's accountability meets the litmus test. So again, action is taken on this. Millions of dollars are being invested to make this work, and we will make it work, and we're moving forward with that. I move to the next section, the principles section, and in that principles section, a very important principle, under Internet Governance Process Principles says, I quote, Internet governance process principles should be distributed. Internet governance should be carried out through a distributed, decentralized, and multi-stakeholder ecosystem. Unquote. Immediately after NETmundial, the panel on internet governance that was led by President Thomas Ilves met, and it did exactly that. First, it endorsed the NETmundial principles, as is, without question. Two, it took this exact principle and it flushed it out into a plan. They basically said, in order for us to have a distributed internet governance ecosystem, these are the things we need to do. For those of you who have not seen that, it is worth a read because it goes into details as to how a distributed internet governance ecosystem could work. So this was an outcome that we took from the NETmundial statement and we expounded it immediately into a framework. Next, you go to section 1.4 in that document, and it clearly says in the roadmap, there is a need to develop multi-stakeholder mechanisms at the national level. This was adopted both in NETmundial, here in this section, as well as in the Ilves panel report. What does this mean? This means to look at the example of CGI in Brazil and to help other countries and other regional areas like the Caribbean and so on to adopt the idea of multi-stakeholderism nationally and regionally, not just at the global level. We're moving forward with that, and I want to commend the WEF because the World Economic Forum yesterday announced a specific project working with CGI to start building best practices on how to do that, so that hopefully in the next few months we can start publishing best practices of how the CGI model works and how other countries can live by these practices. I go on. You have in section 1.1, it says clearly, it is important that multi-stakeholder decision-making and policy formulation are improved in order to ensure the full participation of interested parties, which means we need to improve the mechanisms by which we participate. Yes, having 4,000 people land in Istanbul works, and we should continue supporting this, but there must be also some other mechanisms. So we announced in partnership with the Governance Lab that they will start a multi-stakeholder process to build actual tools that are open-sourced and available to anyone to participate in governance, so that participation is enhanced at the national, regional, and global levels. And finally, because of the distributed nature of what is being called here, Harvard and its network of universities have agreed to lead a project to start defining how a distributed model of governance might work, what legal constructs need to be put in place. And they're working with a network of 13 universities in the world to start defining how that might work. Research, academic research here, will be needed to advance this agenda. I'm not going to go through all the areas that have been energized, but this document invites all of us to move into action. Let's not debate how it happened. It happened because great work by the multi-stakeholder community brought it together. But now we have an equal responsibility to make it a living document. And that's the commitment of ICANN, is to do that. Clearly also in this document we speak about supporting the IGF. That is another key section in the NETmundial statement. I want to take stock of that with you from an ICANN standpoint. ICANN continues to support the IGF, has been and will continue to do so. We have financed over nearly 50 people here at this event are paid for by ICANN. ICANN is the single largest donor to IGF other than a couple of governments in the world. And we will continue to do this. This year, almost $300,000 in donations. So ICANN is committed to this, and we will remain committed to this. And if we can do more, we will. We welcome very much the initiative of the ISOC to create an association to help. And I already committed to ISOC that we will work through their foundation and with them to enable this association and give the IGF all the fuel it needs to go forward. Having said that, we have to also accept that the IGF, just when we say in the same breath, we don't want a single organization to control internet governance, we also should not be calling for everything to happen at the IGF. We should be welcoming any environment that brings any community to this. Anybody who's willing to say distributed internet governance based on the NETmundial principles is good, we should embrace them. We should not be exclusive when we're telling the world to be inclusive. All of us are equally responsible to open up this great document and get as many people as possible to say, yes, we are for distributed internet governance and we are for the NETmundial principles of an open, multi-stakeholder internet based on human rights, as this document clearly says. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Fadi. And now we open the floor to everyone in the room. There are roving microphones, by the way, so feel free, if you're sitting somewhere, just put up your hand and I'll take note of you. So our first speaker, just introduce yourself and continue.
Good morning to everybody. My name is Flávio Lentz. I'm from Ministry of Communications in Brazil. I was assisting Minister Paulo Bernardo when he was the chair of the high-level multi-stakeholder committee. Just to do some clarifications on Jeanette's observations, I must agree with her that the high-level committee didn't play a role on the elaboration of the document and so on, but it was not really the objective of the committee. The objective of the committee was mostly to energize, as we elaborated that before, right? Energize the atmosphere and so on. But what does it mean exactly? We didn't expect that ministers, which were part of the high-level committee, would be meeting frequently and so on, and taking phone calls and energizing all the other countries, the neighbor countries from them and so on. Also the same to the private sector, to the civil society, academia. But in fact, I think they played a great role on the event, on making it a very prestigious event. You can see by the number of ministers who attended the meeting, by the number of communities which were really engaged on the discussions. So we believe that the high-level committee played a very important role on making the event very successful. It doesn't really work if just technical people meet to prepare some document and so on. You need some political support to that ideas. And on the end, I think also the high-level committee played an important role on making the final arrangements to get the rough consensus on the document that came from the executive committee, and still had to be done some adjustments. So it's just to put some of these ideas to the floor. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Flavio. Who's next? Said, and then I think if any of the previous speakers want to also reflect back. Okay, we have Said and then Fernando.
I think I just want to echo something that Joe said earlier before he left, which was about the importance of the IGF and what it does, other than just the fact that it doesn't, take decisions or their outcomes. And I just want to give you a flavor of, I come from Pakistan, it's a developing country. A lot of us who came to the IGF and have been coming for over several years, what impact it has had that there's diversity and there's no top-down decision of saying, this is what everybody agrees, this is the final word on this, and this is how you must do it. When our CCTLD needed assistance as to whether it should be a private entity or should be run by the government, coming to the IGF helped because we chose a different path than what some other governments are doing, which was a government-controlled CCTLD that will function under the Ministry of IT, for instance. We had to set up dispute resolution processes. Again, there were different ways that were done by different countries. Coming to the IGF, there wasn't just one way that it was done. And that, the reason I mentioned these examples, and there are several others which we learned from. So for instance, on cybercrime, should we follow the HIPCAR and ITU model? Should it be Council of Europe Convention on Cybercrime? Should it be something UNODC does? Now, if we were to decide that the NETmundial model, which means that there should be one outcome with one solution, applies to many of these issues, we would lose the diversity that exists in being able to deal in certain areas where you need that diversity to exist, so that there is a freedom to be able to think about things, come up with innovative ideas, so that there is diversity in the way we actually do things on the internet, and not just one sort of a top-down approach. And I'm not suggesting that's what's being discussed, but again, keep in perspective, NETmundial, when we want an outcome, this is how we do it. This is probably one of the mechanisms that can be used, needs improvement, etc. But there's so much more that can still be done under the IGF. Just wanted to underscore that.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Fernando from the International Development Research Center. I want to follow up on, actually, exactly on this point. I think that, and we discussed a lot about the process this morning, and you heard a lot about how to move to action on specific things and issues. When there was agreement, there were many issues that we could go and kind of start implementing some of these agreements, and that's a very relevant point, and we need to move forward. But I think that in the outputs of the document, there are also many areas that was highlighted as not having an agreement, and where there's space for further conversations that needs to take place. So I guess one of the key issues on the value of the process and how we move forward on a strengthened IGF moment is basically what are the key issues that we need to discuss that should be drive a specific output and a specific conversation, because this is not fully clear, I guess, and somehow that wasn't the value of the NETmundial to say, well, this is the output that we want to achieve, this is the process that we want to go to get there. And so I guess it gets to the point that, well, let's find a key issue that we need, that we are in probably almost mature enough, I guess, to start this conversation and get a rough consensus or a process on how to move that, on that specific process. And map out where a multi-stakeholder declaration on any other topic really makes sense or not. That's the key issue on the table, I guess, on kind of really transferring the process from one forum to the other. Is there value added on these things? I guess just highlighting that.
Any reactions to that question from Fernando? Do you want to react to that or a different point? So can maybe before we continue, are there any of the members of the high-level committee that want to react to that question? Or anyone else involved in the organizing of NETmundial? What are the key issues that actually need specific further work? And I think, Fernando, you're saying, how do we avoid the conversation about the unresolved issues just going from one forum to another? Do you want to comment? Oh, you've got to go. Sorry, Alan. Well, let's try and come back to it. Did you want to make your input? Just introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. My name is David Martinon. I represent the French government, and I notably represented the French government at the high-level committee in São Paulo. Many things have been said already, and notably during the previous session, so I will be very short on that. We consider that NETmundial was a huge success for two reasons. First, the process was, at the end of the day, efficient. Could be improved, of course. We could say things about the drafting process, about the nominations, about the representativity. But at the end of the day, there was an incredible energy in the room. Everybody could talk, and that was extremely positive and fast. And again, thanks to our Brazilian friends. So that's the first reason of the success. Second success is that it led us to a statement which is, as I said during the concluding session in Sao Paulo, which is not only acceptable, which is good. it's a very good text. So I can only concur with what Mrs. Hoffman said about the need for a better articulation between the multi-stakeholder process and the intergovernmental democratic process. It needs to be clarified, it needs to be clear for everybody. And as for the role of the high-level committee, it showed it was useful from our standpoint, because if we couldn't have had the last session of the high-level committee, probably we couldn't have been able to accept the text as it was drafted in its first version. So certainly, in a way, NETmundial could be a model that should be followed. And second, I can only concur, of course, with what Fadi Shehadeh said about the need to make the statement live and be efficient and a reference for the future. So if we agree that it's a good text, if we agree to make it useful and a living reference, if we want to include everybody, meaning also the countries that have said that they had problems with it and who would not consider it as a reference, then why don't we try and work on a treaty? Thank you.
I have a question about the role of the high-level committee, actually, as one of the people that participated in the drafting. We all know that at the end of the process, the high-level committee exercise its authority or influence or power, whatever you want to call it, to request some changes to the final outcome document. Now, how do people feel about that? Does that strengthen it as an outcome document, or does that weaken it as an outcome document? I have my own assessment, but I'd really like to hear how people feel about that role, and having, in the way of configuring NETmundial, having created a structure that can play that kind of role. As you said, because France was given that opportunity to comment and to share whether they were comfortable with the text or not. So was that good? Was that bad? What is the implications for the other governments who were not in a position to do that? And what is the implication for the other stakeholders who feel that their text might not, or their desires might not have made it into the document?
Michael Newell, I was in the executive multi-stakeholder group drafting, and I had the strong conviction in these last days, and that's what we discussed also, that we needed to take those governments with us. If otherwise it would have been loose-ended. So I was strongly for having that step again. It was a risky one. It was also at some point in time very difficult to chair that operation, but I think it was worthwhile to take as many governments with us as possible.
Yeah, my comment is more or less in the same line, because both the executive committee and the high-level committee were designed to be, if we can have a notion of filters through which those contributions should pass in order to enable us to achieve a better understanding of what could be consensus. So the role for the high-level committee, as my colleague has said, was to, in a way, to provide the political clout for the initiative, not only from the government perspective, but from all the stakeholders, but also to serve as this kind of filter. So it was important that in the end, the outcomes should go through this filter and make sure that we tried to our best that these would encompass a diversity of views, of interests. So by going through this, we would be on a more or less certain have certain assurance that that could go through. So I think this is the intent. That explains why there is that perception that some had more influence than others, but that was designed as some kind of validation process for the overall objective that was to achieve consensus. And I should also say, just for the record, that not only governments had some red lines, but also other sectors. So that not only, let's say, inputs from government led to some last hour changes, but also coming from other stakeholders as well.
Thanks, Benedict.
Yeah, I would say that the high level didn't actually exerted its authority on filtering the document, but the high level was, let's say, a good sample of all the stakeholders sectors, right? So it was a good sample to make that final filter on the document.
Did anyone else want to react to this? Jeanette and Marilia and Adam.
I have to confess, I had completely forgotten about how the high-level committee exerted its power towards the end of the conference. I found this such a terrible situation that it had completely vanished from my mind. Otherwise, I would have never said what I said at the beginning of my statement, that I thought it wasn't that sort of important. Of course, it was towards the end. So I really have to take back what I said earlier. Having said that, I thought that the way these last hour sort of worked wasn't a good example of how we should collaborate. I would have liked if governments who sort of exerted sort of veto statements in this last hour should have made these points during the time when we actually went through the documents and everybody had a chance to comment and also gather support for one's own opinion. There were things said and vetoed at the end that hadn't been brought up earlier during the public discussion. So I thought that wasn't a very good example, and there is a lot of room for improvement when it comes to sort of finalizing such a document.
Thanks, Jeanette. Marilia?
Thank you, Henriette. I won't take long because I have talked about this point earlier in the morning. I just think that there are two issues on the way that the high-level committee worked in terms of the drafting. The first is that when the executive committee produced the first draft and it went to the high-level committee, what we received back as feedback was not a position from the high-level committee. We received individual positions, so it was really hard for us to assess if these were individual positions from each member, or this was a common position, and if the others that did not say anything were in agreement with the text that we proposed. So first of all, there were very good comments, but it was hard for us to assess the weight of these comments. And second of all, I think that during the meeting, of course, what we did not want to happen is that we did not have an outcome document or the meeting was not a success. So everybody was really open to make compromises. But as I said in the beginning, I think that there was a process of bottom-up development of that document. And there were very delicate balances that we achieved. I don't know if you remember, but our last call, the executive committee lasted for 12 hours working on that document. And some of the points that got changed were some of the issues that we went back and forth to the community and listened to and negotiated. So it was very delicate points. And I think that changing on the last moment, it's not that it was not important to get governments in. It was really important. My opinion is that they should have been involved earlier and more strongly in the process. But on that last moment, it was maybe difficult to get feedback from the community and get acceptance to the changes that were made. And as you well said, were not only governments that had points, but other actors as well. And it kind of felt like the work of the executive committee that was developed, not based on stakeholder interests, but based on the best text that we could have produced, kind of on that last moment, it was based on individual interests, and that kind of spoiled a little bit the process, but again, in that specific topics, and I don't think that it kind of spoils the whole document, but it could have been better.
And we need to move a bit fast, and we've got quite a lot of speakers.
Okay, very similar comments to Marilia. She mentioned, sending this document to the high-level committee and then receiving, I think it was 11 individual responses from the high-level committee members when the instruction was to return a single document. That was a problem for us, but it was also a problem for the process. It means that I think that committee was never given an instruction on how it should act and never really understood collectively what it was doing. I think if it knew what it was doing, it would not have responded in that way. And what we saw then in the final days of drafting was the committee acting, again, the high-level committee acting in what I think was the proper way, and also a way that was not intended. What I thought was correct was that as a drafting group, we, for example, picking one example, put forward a proposal on intermediary liability. There was a response, collective response from 5, 6, 7 governments around the table saying, this will not fly, this just does not fit with our national legislation, it can't work, thanks. That's exactly what we needed. We needed, political reality of the text. There's no point in putting forward text that is unreal, that cannot go forward. And that, I think, was the job of the committee and what it should have been doing. What later happened was that other edits were made based on national policy positions, reflecting the individual interests of those governments, and I think that was inappropriate. That is what they should not have been doing. What they should have been doing is what they did correctly on the intermediary liability, which is giving us advice on what was good and what was not good. Thanks.
Do we have remote participants wanting to speak at this point? No. Stephanie, another member of the high-level committee.
Yes, and I think Adam has summarized some of what I wanted to say. Yes, indeed, the committee was a trifle disorganized, and I don't mean that as criticism. I think we must stress again, there's a limit to what is humanly possible in 2 months, and doing the remote consultation from everybody and pulling it into a document or 2 documents was indeed a feat. So the executive committee were up all night doing all the work, and there was less focus on what the high-level committee was to be doing or the procedures. And I think going forwards, that's a really important thing that has to be ironed out, because if governments are to participate, and indeed industry, and the comments of our colleague from WEF a minute ago, I take on board. Where are the finance departments? Where are the tire manufacturing companies? If this goes forward to the next level, the challenge of A, getting everybody participating, and B, figuring out a protocol where not just the insiders who are aware of internet governance actually get a say that doesn't disrupt everything. That's a lot of work, and it's work that, as Adam said in the earlier session before the break, we need to get going on at the IGF, and I would be very happy if I saw a roadmap for the IGF to start working on some of these participation and protocol issues. Otherwise, we're just going to repeat this at other fora, including the WEF. Thank you. But all that being said, I still think we came out better than I expected.
We have Malcolm and we have Brett, and Zaid, you wanted to say something? And then I think I'm afraid we have to close, because I also would like Benedetto to make some closing remarks, and other members from CGI and the Brazilian government. Brett.
And just to echo that, there was a civil society statement that was made in the final session of NETmundial, which I myself was not at. But I think it's important just to reflect upon that some of the text, particularly around net neutrality and access to information, talking about the rights of authors and creators, and certainly on surveillance as well, appeared to have shifted in that last period. And if we are to use this text as a foundational document, which I think we should, because there is so much great process and also so many great principles and outcomes here, that we need to be mindful that some of those positions that are contained in that document are not necessarily reflective of all the steps towards the final outcome, and then in that last minute things change. So particularly around surveillance, copyright and net neutrality.
Thank you, Henriette. Malcolm Hutty, I was quite closely involved with the proposal for text on intermediary liability, and I think that what happened was unfortunate, but more a consequence of running out of time than anything else, and I think could be a learning opportunity for such types of procedure in the future. There was on intermediary liability a vigorously discussed negotiation between all stakeholder groups outside the executive group, and there was essentially a large degree of consensus and endorsement beyond, on that. But when it got to the executive group, with broader input from civil society, that language became more extreme than it had been in the outside discussion, or than the compromise that we had got to. And that then was unacceptable to governments that had previously expressed, to me at least, that they were content with what had come before. Unfortunately, because of the lack of time, what we went back to was something that was less encompassing than what had been agreed as a compromise at an earlier level. And this was seen in some quarters, and I know from some of the statements from civil society, as having rather given the sense that the governments involved had vetoed a compromise that had been acceptable, and vetoed an important principle of connecting the intermediary liability issue to human rights. And that slightly took the shine off the degree of consensus that could have been achieved. And I think that's a little unfortunate, but I think what it tells us is that if you are going to have a process which allows a higher level group to actually make substantive and important changes to what had been agreed at a lower level, you have to provide the time in that to make sure that you are not reverting to less than you had before.
Thanks, Malcolm. I think is the issue of time is really very relevant. You know, my perspective on it, I just want to share that before I give to Giannis and then Zahid if there's time, is that in fact, to me it indicated the seriousness that the members of the high-level committee considered this with. And it also introduced an element of contestation and conflict into a multi-stakeholder process. And to me, that actually legitimized the multi-stakeholder process, because I think one of the weaknesses of many of our multi-stakeholder processes are that they operate on this mythical win-win principle, you know, where we all agree and there always will be consensus. So in fact, even though it was quite frustrating and there wasn't enough time to process those last-minute negotiations, for me, they actually really legitimized and validated this process, even if I might have, you know, been in a civil society position. So I actually think it's really significant that happened. Giannis, thank you very much for rushing back. Did you want to just make some remarks? I mean, I think particularly about the IGF. And we heard, unfortunately, both Alan Marcus and Fadi have left prior to the open discussion, which is very unfortunate because I'm sure people did want to ask them some questions. But I think any reflections that you have I think maybe what's really interesting about NETmundial, and we heard a little bit about NETmundial initiative and the WEF initiative, is a different way of integrating leadership and leaders into a process like this. In the NETmundial, there was these structures where you had different levels of accountability, but there was also space given to governments, to leaders from business and civil society to play a role. But it was embedded in a structure which was much more inclusive and participative. Whereas with the WEF initiative, it sounds as if they're starting off engaging stakeholders at the leadership level. So it's actually quite interesting to reflect on that. And maybe just if you see where the IGF is going in this.
Okay, no, thank you. It's very difficult to talk when you haven't been present in the, and you do not know the context of discussion. Nevertheless, maybe a few things. NETmundial meeting, in my view, was very exceptional and tested the boundaries of multi-stakeholder decision-making. And it was not easy. It was sometimes rather emotional, which is part of the game in that type of environment. At the end, we agreed on consensus, which unfortunately did not stand fully, but still it was what one could consider rough consensus because we had a dissenting voices. Consensus does not mean unanimity, and not everybody who agreed on the text was fully happy with all the provisions contained in it. Nevertheless, only a few delegates, governments in particular, noted their formal objections to the outcome. Nevertheless, that should not, I think, stop us from promoting our beliefs and agreement we reached in Brazil. And we can, of course, now we need to see whether question, do you support of a NETmundial outcome document, is the right question. Because the obvious answer, if I would ask all of you, would you agree? Most probably everybody would raise hands and say, yes, we did, as we did also in April. I think that the right question is, do you agree and are you ready to adhere in practice to those principles? And in my view, what needs to be done now is to create a movement whereby those who want to adhere to those principles and implement them on voluntary basis would publicly demonstrate that. And that could be done for the governments through the United Nations, for industry, civil society, for a process which could be created, and that would be really the test whether agreement we reached in Brazil stands the test of practice. And so I would maybe think in those terms and encourage government of Brazil maybe to launch initiative in United Nations, encouraging countries to adhere to Sao Paulo principles and implement them in the practice. And then we will see how big support we have. Coming to NETmundial initiative, from my perspective, I see it as a complementary to effort improve the Internet Governance Forum, because World Economic Forum addresses the audience that would never come to IGF or has never come to IGF so far. And if we would get more participation from those companies, because the main stakeholders in WEF are companies, if we would get the adherence to IGF, that already would be something very good, and we would benefit from their presence, from their perspective in our discussions. And for instance, if we would have CEO of BMW or CEO of Baidu coming to IGF meetings, I think that would enrich our discussion here.
Thanks very much. Zaid, you wanted to discuss the treaty, which I think is a very interesting idea. Can we come back and discuss that this afternoon? So I'm going to ask Benedito to close and summarize for us.
Thank you, Henriette. Actually, I'll not try to summarize, because so many things were said, so I think we will wish to take on board all the comments that were made, all the reflection, and seek that this will lead us to improve and to further refine the mechanisms and the modus operandi for multi-stakeholder discussions. I just would like to conclude by saying that from the start we knew that organizing NETmundial would be a tremendous challenge due to the time constraint, due to the complexities of dealing with different stakeholder communities, as it has been said, each one with its own characteristics, its own validation process. So it was a huge challenge. I personally was very happy to see that at the end we succeeded in having a document. At some point in between the meetings, it was not clear that we would get to that point. I think we were very happy to be able to forge a very good working ambience among us. I really enjoyed working with all colleagues. I will not mention specific names, but all of them were very helpful, very constructive, exerting to the maximum possible flexibility in order to come to a consensus text. That was not perfect. Earlier on, I mentioned the idea that the high-level committee and those would serve as filters, but it should not be forgotten, for example, that one member of the high-level committee in the end dissociated formally from the process. So it showed that the effort we invested was, I don't know if it was asked before, has something could have been done to avoid this? It's very difficult to say. I think we should, we will certainly be engaged in further exercises of that kind, further efforts. NETmundial certainly indicates the need to develop and to refine those understandings. So this is something to be seen. The only thing we can say that we are committed to the process. As a member of the Brazilian Steering Committee, as a member of the Brazilian government, I can say that we will be ready to always to try to be of assistance and to be helpful in the process. And I think to the extent that each one can commit, I think, as NETmundial has proved, it is possible to reach an outcome that we hope will serve us all in this collective journey, as you have said earlier on. So thank you very much for coming, and I just turned to Henriette for an announcement regarding the continuation of this session in the afternoon.
Thanks very much, Benedito. And I want to just thank Demi Gochko, because this morning, the panels and compiling the sessions this morning was all organized by Demi from CGI. So it's lunch, and I want to defer here to Marilia. Marilia, what time do you want people to come back? Marilia and Carlos Afonso, the next panel. So while they think about that and look at their clocks, so many of you have to go to other meetings this afternoon, particularly the high-level leaders meeting that our host country is organizing. But if you're not, please come back, because we are continuing discussion, and we are going to not have panels in this formal way. We're going to share the research results that has been compiled with help of CG.